fountains if you want that. We also have little bottled waters over here. Before we get started, also if you can turn your cell phones to silent or off, that way it doesn't go off. We are going to be simulcasting this to outside listeners, and they'll be watching, so we don't want all the little ringing and buzzing going on. And like I said, give us a couple more minutes. We're making sure all the presentations are loaded and that the audio for the simulcast is set up, and then we'll get going. Anything else? Okay. How everyone's looking. All right, that wasn't quite 5 minutes, but doesn't look like we need to waste any more time. Welcome everybody to the coordinating board. This is a collaboration between TG, the TASFAA organization, and the coordinating board, and we're so happy that you're here today. We have some really good presentations that are going to deliver updates, as well as some games that we're going to play, some breakout sessions. So for those that are logging in through the simulcast and watching this, the screen will go blank when that happens with a banner letting you know that it's a break. And for the people that are here, we're going to give you some stretch breaks, and when we have the breakout groups, we'll walk you through what we're going to do. So to start off, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Leah Smalley, and I am the new Assistant Director here at the Coordinating Board for Financial Aid Services. I was hired to develop the communication and training programs for the Coordinating Board for all the state aid programs. So in the past, we have had some training opportunities where we've gone out to the schools or invited people here, but this is actually a new team that's being developed at the Coordinating Board to make sure that all the institutions across Texas receive consistent, clear guidance on the state aid program. So it's really exciting because up until now, we don't have a lot of resources available that go out into the field. It's kind of like, here's a link, here's some documents, look it up, figure it out, and now we have the ability to actually train and educate our staff out in the field, which is you guys. So that is my new role. As far as my background, I started out once upon a time here in Austin. I worked for profit for the Culinary Academy, which I'm sure you know turned into Le Cordon Bleu. I then transferred to San Francisco, where I worked there for approximately 9 years for a private institution. And I was a regional director of student finance, overseeing 6 colleges through their programs. I did all the operations, compliance, training, you name it, I did it. So then when I moved back to Austin, I had a baby. He is now getting to the point where he is mobile, so I decided it's time to come back to reality and get a job again, so here I am. So that's a little bit about me. I would love to meet you individually if you want to come up and say hello. Again, I'm from here originally, but I am getting back into the Austin groove, so I'd love to meet you guys face to face. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Her name is Sofia Rodriguez, and she works for the Coordinating Board as well, and she is going to be talking about the state updates for this year. So please welcome Sofia.
Hello. Good morning. Again, my name is Sofia Rodriguez. I'm actually married to Stanfield, but I will not change my name until he takes me to Rome. He promised me I got a passport. We never win. I'm like, not until my passport gets a stamp. I'm not turning into a Stanfield. It's got 2 more years. So, well, we're really very happy to have you here. We really hope that the information that we provide for you is useful information. So as I go throughout my presentation, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand, ask, even if it's off topic. Like, I don't really have anything to say about this particular topic, but I have a question about something else, feel free to do so. All right, I normally start my presentations with the jokes, but if you have been in my other presentation, you might have heard this one before. So, most jokes are not very PC. So this one is. There was a young boy, he was in his high school counselor's office, and the counselor's like, you really gotta pull up your grades. He's like, why? It's like, because you gotta get into a good college. He's like, why? Because you gotta get a good job. It's like, why? Because you gotta make good money. It's like, why? He's like, because you gotta pay off your student loans. That's it. I mean, come on, give me a break. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so let us begin. We have our presentation. I don't know where it is. Hello? Presentation? IT, please help me. Can you please put on the presentation? They took a break. Like, we're gonna get some coffee. It's on there. Okay, just one moment. We have technical issues. Kathy, can you help them? So, okay, we are going to be talking about student financial aid. I'll go ahead and ad lib. One of the topics that we have is educational aid. It is back, and we also will be talking about end-of-year reporting. How many of you here in the audience do the year-end reports for the state aid programs? 1? Anybody else? 2? 2. Okay, well, we will be talking to you a lot because that's upcoming. How many of you guys work with state aid programs? Just say everybody, right? You guys all look for a Texas grant. Educational aid is back, so we will be doing a brief summary of what is going to be happening. Obviously, there was an allocation. Did anybody work with the educational aid program in the past? Okay. So, have you heard the one about? No, I'm just kidding. Let me see if I can help. Just one moment. I'll be back. Okay. So if you have your hard copy, I can start presenting. I'm gonna focus on year-end reporting because again, that's upcoming. The year-end reports begin May 15th. And if you know the person who reports this information to us in your office, there has been some changes made to the Texas grant and also to the TEOG. So if you haven't already looked at the manuals, they are available on what we call our rogue site, which is the financial aid services site, financial aid service information website. If you go to that website, you can actually find the manuals and you'll notice that we have made some changes, so it's important for you to make those programming changes on year end before you submit your year end report. To prepare for year end reporting, and this is important, we give you the opportunity to submit your award history file, summer update, and refund form. So one of the main reasons that year-end reports kind of take so long and for certification is that they pull up a lot of errors for students who have prior year SAP not met. To prevent those errors, you can actually submit an award history file for all your renewal students, identify those who were previously reported as not meeting SAP, and then proactively submit a summer update file. So this is a way to avoid those errors while you're doing your year-end reporting and then actually certify on time. It's very important this year that all institutions certify on time, because they are, all this information is used to move. Oh, I have it.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt. I just wanted to make sure you had something.
Yeah, I got it. Preparing for your end of year report, student award history file. I'm on page 2, student award history file. This is also a useful tool for those who don't do the reporting. The award history file is a very simple file that can be submitted for your office to identify even transfer award recipients. You can submit it, it's basically like throwing spaghetti and seeing what sticks. You can submit a file with 1,000 students and then find out if any of them ever received a TOG before, if anyone received a Texas grant before, or top 10%, or even TEG. So you can see if maybe possibly you have other eligible students that you can be awarding, because ideally we want you guys to spend every single dollar you've ever been allocated, not send any of it back, no money back. If you are gonna send money back, we actually have a refund form now. We started the refund form mainly because TEOG, which is a program that it's administered at two-year colleges, was confused as to why when eligibility began and how students were awarding. Last year, TEOG started a new proration schedule where students' award would be based off their full percentage of enrollment. So whether you're full-time enrolled, then you get a full 100% award, three-quarter time, and then half time. Well, those award amounts were based on the number of hours that they enrolled in as of census date. And in the first year, we got a lot of money back because schools were saying, well, the student dropped out or withdrew, so I owe you money, don't I? Because in the end of the semester, he was now enrolled in 6 hours, but at the beginning of the semester, he was enrolled full-time. And we had to say to them, no, you keep that money, the student is eligible. As long as he was enrolled or she was enrolled by the census date, then that money is theirs. And so now we have a refund form. Before you send money back to us, you have to tell us why you're planning on sending it back. Because ideally, we'd like for you to find other eligible students and make those awards. Because technically, your allocation isn't really enough for all the eligible students, so there shouldn't be any reason why you should be sending money back. The summer update file, the one thing I have to say about the summer update file is that it really isn't anything but a SAP update. It was initially created for those students who go to summer school so that we have valid information about their current satisfactory academic progress, but it can be used to update fall GPA to make a spring award as well. So you can use all those, the SAP, I like to think of it as just a SAP update. And I'm primarily talking to the two people who submit these files because you will be using these files soon when you're doing your year-end reporting to correct any prior year SAP not met. Okay. One last thing about year-end reports, as the deadlines have all moved up. If you can see, we have a certification deadline calendar, and June 17th is for top 10 in Texas College Work Study. June, that is June, like we're in April, May, June. It's very close. Then you have July 1st is for most of the other programs, except for July 15th is for Texas Grant at public community colleges and technical colleges. All right, we have a slide that gives you the award amounts for this upcoming year. As you all know, Texas Grant has a target award amount, but it is a target. So if you have money left over, you can actually raise their award amounts on a student if you choose to do so. But it is a $5,000 target still for public universities, and of course for the two-year colleges, it's only for those renewal students. Like I said before, we have a educational aid is back. There was $1.5 million appropriated, and 500,000 of those dollars were appropriated for this year. This year, the year that ends next month. So we will be sending out allocations for students, for schools to award students. Any comments, questions? Okay. Well, if you do have questions about that, because it takes a minute to sink in that we're going to give you money to make awards for this year, you can come to us and we'll happily answer those questions. We're hoping that happens within the next few weeks, which is kind of pushing it, but we're hoping that'll happen. Unfortunately, our hands were tied. You know, there wasn't a negotiated rulemaking committee that had to come up with a way to allocate these funds before, or allocate these funds before we can make any awards. All right. I have a few slides on resources. Is everybody familiar with our grants and special programs, what used to be the grants and special programs, now the financial aid services information website? Am I up? What do you know? Keep going. Oh, me? Like near the end. 1 second. Did you guys see the bird? I think, okay, resources. We do have an online website called our financial aid services website. Are you all familiar with this website? No. ¿Por qué? Yes. Okay. This website has all of our guideline information, manuals. It will be maybe housing webinars. It has in the past. It has a lot of presentations, training information, has all of the memos that we've ever given out. It has information on exemptions and waivers, whether it's mandatory, you know, who has to participate. So if you're trying to learn more about state aid programs, or even, like I said, exemption or waivers or other resources, you heard through the grapevine that we send out a memo regarding Texas Grant or TOG, and you're like, why haven't I seen this memo? If you didn't receive the email, then you can look here and we'll have the information posted. You can see we have general information, and there's where you would find memos, program-specific information. You can find guidelines, award amounts, anything that has to do specifically with that program. We also have a link where you can check student award history through our website on I think maximum is 10 students at a time, but you can type in a social and see what the student's award history is to see if the student is telling the truth that they did in fact get Texas Grant at some other school. Right? Because sometimes they're like, I swear I got Texas Grant, and then it's not Texas Grant. This is where you could check. All right, this is actually the end of my presentation. Does anybody have any questions about state aid? Or is there anything in your office that's like happening that you might have any questions regarding our state aid programs? Nothing? Alrighty then. We have our next presenter. Oh, Leah will present. Just one moment.
So we apologize for all the technical difficulties. It was working this morning. We don't know where the actual presentation disappeared on us, so we apologize. Did everyone print all the materials for the rest of the day, just to make sure? I'm looking for nods. Yes. Okay, so we are running a little early at this point, so I thought I'd come up just for a couple minutes and also discuss some of the things that are coming from the coordinating board, since we have I'm going to just do 5 minutes up here. But like Sophia mentioned, there are different websites available to the schools as well as the public on getting information on state aid programs. I wanted to just see by a show of hands, how many of you actually work with the state aid programs? I know a lot of offices it's broken up. So how many of you actually are? I see one hand. So nobody else? Okay, I see some hands going up. So one of the things that would be helpful, at least when I used to do this, is where to go. I mean, you have students all day long that come in that may ask you about state aid programs. It would be nice to know, where can I find information on this? How can I get better educated on this? So the website on the very last page is very helpful. It shows the guidelines, the memos, the links that Sophia mentioned. What I wanted to tell you is that very soon, hopefully in the next month or so, we are coming out with a comprehensive program guidelines. And what that means is it's kind of a wannabe handbook, like the FSA handbook. It will not be quite as elaborate yet, but in future years, the goal is to have one book where you can print it out. You have new employees, or maybe you've been here for 25 years and you've never worked with state aid program. We wanted to make a resource document that was going to be helpful for people who want to learn or that need that document to show a student or explain something to a student. So that is coming. That is a project that I have been working on since the day I started, which is only a month now. So I am vigorously trying to get that out so that you guys have the documentation. But a lot of people don't even know it exists. They don't know that there's actually a book out there or a link that has each program that you can read about the requirements and how to pay the aid, how to return the money. All of these things are very important in your day-to-day work. So I just wanted to let you know that that's something to keep on your radar. If you aren't part of the listserv to get the updates, you may write that down, let the person at your school know that that is something that's available to you so that you can get those updates, similar to the federal updates. The last thing I'll mention is training. We are going to have training opportunities in the next 12 months that are going to be coming out. So if you are going to want to join those, again, those are going to be delivered via the listserv. Okay, so I ate up a couple more minutes since we had technical difficulties. We will go ahead and just continue on with the presentations. I'm going to make sure that the next PowerPoint is loaded. We're good. Okay, so the next presenter that's coming up is from TG. Her name is Laura Kowalski. Did I say it right? Kowalski?
Close enough, close enough.
Close enough. All right, she's going to be coming up and she's going to be going over loan repayment. And please, please, please pay attention. This is seriously one of my favorite presentations of the day. If any of you have student loans yourselves, anyone? Trust me, you will get some excellent information, lots of good guides from Laura, so please welcome her up.
Thanks. Okay, well, welcome everyone. Can everybody hear me in the back? I prefer to use a lapel mic. Can you hear me back there? Okay. Again, my name is Laura Kowalski. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor at TG. And unfortunately, I'm not as good with names as I should be, but I recognize a lot of you. So on behalf of TG, I do welcome you to today's workshop. Whether you could come in person, and those of you that are remote, I welcome you as well. It's interesting, when we started putting together today's agenda, we were trying to decide, so what topics do we think would resonate the best with the various groups? And this is our 5th training, so we've had many schools attending these workshops over the last month or so. And with May rolling around, we thought it was important to have a repayment session. And I decided to focus on income-driven plans. And when I talk about an income-driven plans, I like to kind of divide, we have 9 repayment plans out there. And I like to divide them, I put them into 2 categories. One of them is, in my mind, kind of a one-size-fits-all. It's our 10-year standard, it's our extended, it's our graduated. It means that all we do is look at the loan debt, divide it by the number of months that the borrower has to pay in a term, and that's how much your monthly payment amount is going to be. The other category is what we're going to talk about today, the income-driven plans. I call those the custom plans, because what we do is we look at the borrower's actual financial situation and their family size. So think about a graduate that's graduated in May. You've got 2 borrowers, 2 student loan borrowers that both borrowed $30,000. But if one of them is single and one of them is married with 2 children, even though they borrowed the same amount, their monthly payment amount is going to be very different. And the thought process that Congress came up with when they came up with these or developed these plans was, Obviously, that family of 4 needs a little bit more discretionary income for food, lodging, and those type of things to handle a larger family than a single person. Whether that's right or wrong in some situations, maybe not, but that's sort of the intent behind all of these. So let's see what we're going to do. Oh, before I get started also, what I wanted to say is, the reason I also decided to go with income-driven plans is every year the Department of Education, as their financial federal student aid side of the house, they always publish data on repayment plans. And they published it, I think it was in February, effective December of 2015. They said over the last 2 years, so between December 2013 and 15, the number of borrowers that have requested these type of plans is increased 140%. That means that many, many of your graduates are finding income-driven plans the more manageable repayment plan so that they can stay in successful repayment. So let's go ahead and see what we're going to talk about today. Okay, I'm going to compare, and I'm going to focus on the 4 primary income-driven plans. We're going to compare the plans. I'm kind of going at a high level on what some of the key features are, some of the similarities, and some of the nuanced differences. Then, of course, in my view, I always like to show a borrower example. I want to say if this borrower, borrowed this amount of money, what would they look like under each of the plans? What would their monthly payment amount and repayment term be under each of these plans? Also want to touch, I just have a couple slides on the application process because I really need to stress, because this has been one of the challenges, the standard 10-year plan is still the default plan. So every borrower that finishes grace and goes into repayment is put into the standard 10-year plan, unless the borrower requests a different plan, no matter what it is. So we want to make sure that you're aware of that, because some borrowers, for some reason, think their servicers are going to figure that out for them, and that just doesn't happen. I also want to touch on public service loan forgiveness, because Congress created this forgiveness program to go hand in hand with our income-driven plans, and we'll show you how they kind of connect. And then, kind of as a summary, rather than me kind of recap everything, we're going to do a group exercise to kind of put it all together at the end. Okay, let's get started. And it's probably hard to see here. Hopefully most of you have printed out the slides. But I just wanted to start out with this slide because it's a great chart that talks about all the different plans and some of the features that I'm going to highlight in the next few slides. But the one thing I wanted to point out is if you look at the very bottom row, I guess, oh, it does work. Well, it doesn't work on the TV screen. But the bottom row, because of all the articles that you read, it almost seems like income-driven plans are something new. But the income contingent plan, which is the very first income-driven plan based on a borrower's income, actually was created when the direct loan program was created back in 1994. It took Congress 15 more years to develop the income-based repayment plan, and I think the real beauty of the income-based repayment plan is that Congress made this plan retroactive. And that's really unusual. Generally, I know a lot of you have been in the industry for quite a while. Normally when Congress makes a change in the law, it's prospective. That means that this new plan is going to be available for borrowers on or after this date, moving forward. And the borrowers that are already in repayment, or in the example I'm giving, really don't have any relief. It's really usually a prospective change. But because of all the challenges that borrowers were having, current borrowers back in 2009 when this was created, we really fought to say we need this retroactive. We need this repayment plan available to current borrowers because we don't have an option for them. And Congress agrees. So that's a really good change. The other thing I wanted to highlight is the income-based repayment plan is the only income-driven plan available to both FFELP and direct loan borrowers. If you look at the chart, direct loan borrowers are eligible for all the plans. FFELP borrowers are only eligible for income-based repayment unless they consolidate into the direct loan program, which some borrowers want to do and others don't. So let's look at some of these features. And if any of you went to the FSA conference in December, you're going to notice probably some of these slides look familiar. I loved a few of these graphics, so I kind of borrowed a couple of the slides from the department. And this is one of them. I thought it was a really good visual. It talks about who are eligible borrowers. You know, I mentioned that and I'm going to start using acronyms because that's what we do in this industry. So ICR is income contingent repayment. IBR is income-based. Pay is pay-as-you-earn. And repay is the revised pay-as-you-earn, the newest plan that just went into effect. You notice that the very first, the blue and the orange circles up there, for the ICR plan and the newest repay plan, you just have to have an eligible loan. You just have to be an eligible direct loan borrower, and you're eligible for these plans. There's no other eligibility criteria. But look at the two middle ones. For IBR and for pay, you also have to show need. And we're going to talk about what that means. And then one more hurdle for the pay plan is the borrower has to be a recent borrower. And we're going to talk about that too. So let's look at the eligible loans. You can see on the chart on the very first line that direct loans, as I indicated, are eligible for any one of these plans, potentially eligible. The second line is FELP, again IBR. And I'm stressing that for a very good reason. IBR is the only plan FELP borrowers are eligible for, again, unless they consolidate into direct loans. On the bottom part, one of the questions we got in some of these is, this is a student loan repayment. These plans are for student loans, meaning they can be for undergraduate or graduate, grad plus loans, but you'll notice in the bottom chart, parent plus loans are not eligible. There's some exceptions for ICR. I'm going to not even get into those nuances, but for the most part, parent plus borrowers today, under current rules, are not eligible for these plans. It's your student loan borrowers. So remember, for IBR and for pay, we said in addition to having an eligible loan, you also had to show need. Well, under the regulations, need means the borrower has to have a partial financial hardship, or a PFH, our acronym. And the good news is that there's calculators out there. So the calculators are going to determine whether a borrower qualifies or not. But I wanted to run through it very quickly just so you would be aware of how to counsel your borrowers if they ask a question. Basically what the servicer is going to do, if I apply for an income-based repayment plan, I'm just going to stick with that one. What the servicer is going to do is first they're going to decide, what is my payment amount based on the standard 10-year plan? That's the box on the left. And in my example, so you're going to take the loan amount divided by 120 equal monthly payments, because that's 10 years. Let's say my monthly payment amount is $200. Then the servicer is going to look at the box on the right. And again, I'm sticking with IBR. What the servicer is going to do is they're actually going to look at my income, and they're going to look at my family size. They're going to take, for income-based repayment, 15% of my discretionary income. And my discretionary income is defined in regulations as adjusted gross income, and we know that from tax purposes is just your gross income minus deductions, your AGI minus 150% of the poverty line amount for my family size. So in the introduction, when I said if I'm single, it's going to be a family size of 1, but if I'm a family size of 4, that's going to be a little bit higher amount. Then the servicer is going to compare those two, and you can see from the formula, you know, I'm an English major, but I still know that's greater than, right? So if the payment and let's say the formula on the right was $100, that's what it came out to be. You can see that my standard payment of $200 in my example is greater than the partial financial hardship, or the formula on the right. So it means that for purposes of these plans, I have a partial financial hardship, and I would be eligible for either income-based repayment or pay-as-you-earn. Are there any questions about that? Okay, like I said, the calculators will do that, but we have borrowers that say, well, how do they come up with that amount? And this kind of gives you a little bit of indication. Remember, in the pay line, you had to jump through, the borrowers have to go through one more hurdle. They also have to be a recent borrower. And what we mean by that is, I mean, you can read all the words here. Basically, it means you have to be a new borrower take out your first loan after October of 2007, and also have to take a loan out in 2011. So generally that means these are students that started school in about 2008 and graduated in 12 or 13. And think about what our economy was like back then. We were in a recession. We were having a difficult time, so President Obama actually carved out this cohort of students to give them a little bit of an advantage, because these particular students only come up with 10%, have to pay 10% of discretionary income rather than the 15. And you'll see that on that first chart. So again, because it's such and I'm saying compared to all borrowers, it's kind of a small cohort. And as time goes on, most borrowers probably won't even go into this plan. But it was a nice carve out for those graduates who maybe didn't find the job that they thought they could with the salary they thought they were going to get, or maybe they didn't get a job right away at all. So it gave them a little bit of a relief in their repayment. Okay. In the formula, remember we said it's AGI minus the 150% of the poverty line. And AGI seems pretty straightforward, but it's not quite as straightforward for some of our borrowers. And that's because it's not the same as, or may not be the same as the number of exemptions that you have for your, or the way you handle your taxes. Let's put it that way. Generally, for most of the plans, and you can see here for ICR, IBR, and PAY, if you're a married borrower, you're treated a little bit differently under these plans. If you file a joint return, and most of us that are married tend to file a joint return, both of the spouses' income is used for that calculation we described. But I wanted to really hone in on, I put a red asterisk up here under an exception. And this exception just became effective in December, so it's a very recent exception. And it was because borrower advocacy groups in negotiated rulemaking said that, you know, we're working with borrowers that are still technically married, but they may be separated because they aren't able to afford a divorce, maybe there's an abuse situation, and we can't help these borrowers because we can't get the income of that second spouse. And Congress, or the Department of Ed, because these are just some regulations, agreed with that exception. So in those limited cases, and this is self-certified on the application, so lenders don't have to be getting a bunch of documentation from these borrowers, although they can, just like you can. If you feel like something isn't quite right and you want to ask for more documentation, the servicers can do that. I don't think many, if any, will, but they do have that option. And I do want to also say for these, if I file separately, if I'm married but I file separately, only my income is used to determine eligibility for these 3 income-driven plans. It's a little bit different for the newest repay plan. Congress is saying, and you're going to see that there's more generous benefits under this new plan. They're saying that regardless of how you file, if you're married, we're using both of your incomes because we feel the family should be helping to pay back all the student loans with that same exception I just talked about. So repay is a little bit different. Family size, this is the other one, and I know that you, when you do verification or where you talk about the FAFSA, you know, sometimes family size is not as easy as you think it might be to determine. You know, you think you could just go on your kitchen table, or, you know, whoever's eating there, you count the number of people in your family, and that's as easy as that. Well, it's not so easy, as you all know. I see smiles on your faces. Well, it's not quite the same for income-driven plans as well. It's actually a little bit more generous, potentially. Most of the time, it's going to be the same as your IRS tax filing. If I'm married with a husband, and we're going to have 2, and my family size is 2. But under these plans, if I'm a young couple and I'm expecting a child, that unborn child can be included in family size for these plans, because the thought is the child is going to be born during the time frame of this plan, and you're going to need to use extra money to take care of it. Another exception is if my brother, who lives in Chicago, lost his job and came to live with me, I may not be able to use him as an exemption on taxes, but if I'm supporting him more than 50%, I can count him in my family size for these plans. So that's a little bit more generous than most of our other plans. This is the slide. I hope you've printed it because it's going to be hard to see here. This is the main slide that shows the the primary benefit of these income-driven plans, and that's the fact that they have interest subsidy included as part of the benefits. You're going to see the oldest plan, income contingent repayment, does not have interest benefits, but they do have a longer term. Instead of a 10-year standard, it's 12 years generally. So it's a little bit longer, so the payments are a little bit less than a borrower would have under standard. But look at the other ones. I want to start with the subsidized loans. For these plans, for the first 3 years of borrowers under these plans, if the borrower's scheduled monthly payment does not cover all the borrower's accrued interest, which means the borrower's in a negative amortization situation, the government will pay the unmet need or unmet interest that has not been that hasn't been met by the monthly payment, so that the borrower is made whole. So like an easy example, let's say my payment amount is scheduled to be $100, but my accrued interest based on my loan balance is $120. My $100 payment is going to go towards interest. That remaining $20 is going to be paid by the government, so that even though I haven't made a dent in my principal, no interest is being added to that principal for my subsidized loans as well. I want to kind of highlight, though, it says the first 3 years under the plan, and they mean the first 3 consecutive years. So let's say I graduate your university and I have an engineering degree, I've got a job, I'm all excited. You know, I can't quite manage the standard, but I'm in income-based repayment with a little bit lower payment amount. For 1 year, I'm under this plan, 2 years, I'm under this plan. The 3rd year, all of a sudden, I get caught in a layoff. My financial situation is very different. And I may be in a negative, let's say I have 0 income. I'll give an extreme example. I have 0 income, so my payment's going to be 0 because I have no income, so my payment amount is 0, scheduled under this plan. But I'm in my 3rd year, so the Department of Ed is going to pay the interest that accrues on my subsidized loan for that 3rd year, but then no more. So some borrowers are never going to have any interest subsidy under these plans. Most of them do, but some may not because maybe they have a job that covers all the interest. It may not cover a lot of principal, but it's going to cover the interest for 3 years. Some, in my example, may get a benefit 1 year. Others may need it for the first 2 years because they didn't quite have a job that paid sufficient, but then they grew into their salary. So for 3 years, after that, under the IBR pay and those 2 plans, it will stop. Look at the newest plan, the last 2 columns, the repay plan. That's where the more generous benefit comes in. After the first 3 years, for subsidized loan, the government will pay 50% of the unmet need if your payment amount doesn't cover all the accrued interest. That's a generous benefit until the loan is paid in full or forgiven, one of the 2. And the very last column is the one that I just couldn't even believe, to tell you the truth, because how many of you ever heard of getting an interest subsidy on an unsub loan? I mean, we just don't hear that. We're always telling borrowers, you're responsible for every single interest, every bit of interest on an unsub loan. But under the repay plan, from the first payment that they make, any unsub loan that the payment amount doesn't include or cover the accrued interest on an unsub loan, the government will pay, or the Department of Ed, taxpayers, will pay 50% of the unmet, the payment amount that doesn't cover all the accrued interest. They'll cover 50% of that. That is a great benefit, especially for some of our graduate students, where many of them, the more current ones, don't have any sub loans, for graduate level. And that can be a substantial savings for these particular borrowers. But I do want to highlight something really quick. Whoops, let me get on the next slide and then I'll show you. Loan forgiveness. 2 slides from now, sorry. Loan forgiveness. One of the things I wanted to point out is this is what we hear about all the time. Every one of these plans, all 4 of them that we're going to talk about, all 4 include forgiveness after paying for a certain amount of time, either 20 or 25 years. The very last bullet is the one I wanted to highlight because this is our newest plan. For the repay plan, if a borrower only has undergraduate loans, the payment term is 20 years before forgiveness. The borrower is eligible for forgiveness. If they borrow even one graduate loan, it goes to 25 years. And if you think about it, I mean, Congress was saying that, you know, typically, if you're going to grad school, you're probably going to have a higher loan debt. You're probably going to borrow a little bit more. And so from a taxpayer perspective, remember when Congress creates these plans, they think about the borrower, the school, you know, the taxpayer, and trying to figure out what's fair. Well, when it comes to graduate students, they're thinking, we want to make sure, the whole idea of these plans is not to give forgiveness, it's to make sure that the borrower does pay back an appropriate amount of his loan, his or her loan. Most of them will pay it off in full. It'll take much longer than the normal 10-year standard, but if they do need to have forgiveness, we want to make sure they're paying a reasonable, appropriate amount before forgiveness kicks in. Qualifying payments. So how do I reach that 20 years? You know, there are responsibilities that the borrower has. Any payment, any scheduled payment under income-based repayment, and I didn't get into all the calculations of payments, but they can be low as zero. We talked about that. And they can be as high as standard, you know, the standard amount. If they started in standard, because remember this we can backdate, we can retroactively count payments since 2009 when this plan, income-based repayment as an example, came around. If I just apply for it today and I've been on standard for a while, all those payments that I've already made count towards forgiveness. I don't have to start the clock all over again, which is a good thing. And also, any of these plans, the borrower is still eligible for deferments if they need it. Because think about it. I mean, my youngest daughter was in income-based repayment for a while. She had a low loan balance, but she had two small children, and instead of making a $180 loan payment, $160, she was making $89 loan payment the first couple years. For her, that was a big savings. That helped her put more food on the table, pay for diapers back then, those kind of things. And so one of the things, but what if she couldn't even afford that $89? You know, we all know the calculation there, but it doesn't take into account maybe poor choices on credit cards and things like that. It doesn't take into account other debt that the borrower may have. So if I can't afford to pay even the $89 that my daughter's payment amount was scheduled for in the first year, I may have to go on an economic hardship deferment. Congress is saying these whole plans are based on having a partial financial hardship. So if you are under this type of deferment, for the 12 months you're on that deferment, we're going to count those 12 months as qualifying payments. It makes sense to do that. No other deferment, if you're totally unemployed or do whatever and you apply for another deferment, those do not count, but economic hardship does. And the last thing, and this is what's coming up more and more in articles, because forgiveness is going to show up pretty soon. You know, this has been probably in the next couple of years, you're going to have people that actually are going to be eligible for forgiveness. And actually next year, 2017, and we'll tell you why. But under current IRS rules, and Congress is talking about this now, but under current rules, every dollar that is forgiven is considered taxable income in the year the borrower receives it. And we're going to see some examples where that could be a big hardship. I mean, it sounds like a great benefit, but it may not be so great for some borrowers. They may wind up owing the IRS for a few years to pay it off. Okay, an example, and this is what I like to kind of show you where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. And this is an example, I changed the place of residence to Texas, but this is an example that was given at the Department of Ed conference in December. Billy Borrower, who they always use, and is single with no dependents, lives in our state. He starts out with an AGI of $35,000, and the assumption is that on average, based on salary increases, promotions, whatever, his salary is going to increase about 5% a year, roughly. He borrowed $50,000 in direct loan. We're using direct loan so that he's eligible for all the plans. and 23,000 is sub. Interest rate doesn't really matter in these cases, but they put one up there. And the important thing, he borrowed for graduate school. So we know for repay, how long would his term have to be? 25 years. Okay, so we put that as an example. And this is what the outcome is. And I'm going to focus again on IBR, at least for right now, so we can kind of hone in on this big chart. What I like to do, though, is, whoops, there it goes. I always like to look at what would the payment amount be under the standard 10-year. So in our example, $50,000 in loan debt, I start out with a $35,000, which is pretty reasonable, maybe for a starting teacher, or a lot of us, you know, maybe $35,000 is a decent starting salary. But $555 might be a little too hefty. I may not be able to afford that. So for income-based repayment, $217 would be my monthly payment. And just as these plans infer income-driven, these payment amounts are calculated 1 year at a time. We'll talk about that in the application, but so they're going to calculate, I'm going to apply for this, they're going to calculate my payment for 12 months, that's my payment. The next 12 months, my financial situation, even my family size could change. So year by year, some people may have the same, some may go up, some may go down. The one thing I really wanted to point out is this. Well, in this example, you can see it takes about 19 years for him to pay it off. And how long do you have to pay under income-based repayment before you get forgiveness? 25. So he has, in our example, no forgiveness. He's paid almost twice as much for his loan over that length of time, because remember he borrowed 50, but he has no forgiveness, which is probably what a bulk of our borrowers are going to look like if they stay under these plans. But the one thing I really wanted to point out is this. In the very second line, if you can't read it here, hopefully your handout, it says final payment. And that's what's unique about a couple of these plans. You can see for our newest plan, repay, I mean, I only would have to pay $145 if I choose that plan instead of $217 for IBR. But look at the second line. For income-based repayment and pay-as-you-earn, which you can't see it on here, but for income-based repayment and pay-as-you-earn, there is a cap to the amount of monthly payment I will ever have to make under those plans. And remember when we did the calculation to determine if I have a partial financial hardship? They came up with what was the standard payment amount when I first applied for these plans. And in this example, his standard amount was $555. So even if I start out with $35,000 in income, but I go up to $135,000 in income, my payment is never going to be more than $555, either until it's forgiven or I pay it off. And I have probably for 5 or 6 years now, I've been a volunteer at a nonprofit in Austin as a financial coach and a credit counselor. And this is great tool. This is a great tool not only to help people start out with have lower incomes to stay in manageable repayment, but it helps them budget too, because they know they'll never have to pay more than that standard amount. But look at repay. Even though I started lower at $145, you can see my final payment is $683. Because under repay, remember it had more generous interest subsidy benefits, there is no cap. So it's always going to be 10% of my discretionary income. So that's one of the big differences. And that's why it gets complicated. We have a lot of students, so which one should I pick? Well, let's show you which one they should pick. Let's look at the application process. I represent TG on the Industry Income-Based Repayment Work Group. I serve as co-chair on that work group. And it's made up of guarantee agencies and servicers and lender, both FELPA and direct loan. And we help the Department of Education create the application that is used today. And we're helping them tweak it to make it a little clearer as we go on. And how many of you actually seen the application? Okay, a few of you. Well, it's a beast. I mean, it's a beast. It's just like the FAFSA. You know, if you were like Lamar Alexander Center, you know, and he holds it up and it goes flying down, you know, it's all these pages. It's probably 12 or 14 pages long. But the good news is that most borrowers complete it electronically, just like the FAFSA. There's wonderful skip logic in there. If I'm single, I'm going to skip many, many questions about married, you know, being married. If I'm not in the military, I'm going to skip some questions. So I've filled this application out with some recent graduates at the volunteer job that I do, and we did it in like 15 minutes. It's easier than the FAFSA, really. And one of the reasons it's so easy and efficient is if you can use, it has the feature of the data retrieval, just like you do for the FAFSA. So if my income today is similar to the way I filed my taxes, I can just like you do on the FAFSA, check that box that gives permission for IRS to share my AGI with my servicer. And I'm one and done. It's over and done with. But, whoops, I lost my slides. There we go, thank you. But, okay, we'll talk about it in a second. I guess I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. But if I need to provide alternate documentation, I can do that as well, and we'll talk about it in a second. The one goal we had as a work group for this particular application was we want one application that will serve many functions. We didn't want the borrower, like with the FAFSA, we didn't want them to have an original application and then a separate renewal application and then a reconsideration application. We wanted a borrower to be able to use the same form regardless of what plan they wanted to apply for too. And that's what happens with this form. To initially apply for any of those plans, use the same form. Your annual recertification, remember I said every single year you need to prove what your income is. Use the same form, and you check the box that say this is my annual recertification. Also, the benefit of these plans is, you know, let's say I said I graduated, I have an engineering degree, I'm doing well, I can't quite afford the standard, but I've got maybe a $300 instead of $555 payment. All of a sudden, I lose my job. I still have 6 more months in my 1 year of repayment term. What do I do? The regulations say I can request my servicer to recalculate my monthly payment amount based on my new reduced income. And the servicers are required. It's not optional. They're required, and they do it often. You know, unfortunately, that happens to a lot of people, whether they lose a job or just maybe lose hours or something like that. If it's substantial enough that you can't handle the payment amount that you've been scheduled to make, we don't want you to become delinquent. We don't want borrowers to default, heaven forbid. They shouldn't have to default with these plans available. They just shouldn't have to. So they can use this same form in order to have the servicer recalculate the payment amount. And then think about the fact that what if I'm already in income-based repayment or in pay-as-you-earn, one of them, and I didn't know anything about this new repay plan. It just went into effect last December. Maybe that's a better plan for me. So I can use the same application at the end of my renewal time to say, I want to go into a different type of plan. One of the other key features of the application is the fact that, you know, just as we've talked about today, there's a lot of things to consider in these plans. It's like, should I go with this one? Or maybe this one sounds a little bit better, but, you know, maybe I really should stick with one I have. There's an actual checkbox which most borrowers use, and we actually counsel borrowers to use it, to tell you the truth, unless they're very savvy and they've done a whole lot of homework. There's a checkbox that says, I give my servicer authorization to determine what payment amount I'm qualified for, or what payment plan I'm qualified for that gives me the lowest monthly payment. Let them do the calculations, let them decide. You know, in our example, it would probably be repay, you know, and then we can go from there. Maybe for 1 year, I'm going to stick with that. The next year, I'm going to have a little bit more information and maybe change my plan or stick with the same one. So that's the beauty of that. This, like I said, AGI, usually the data retrieval, A lot of our borrowers use that tool, which makes it very, very easy. And it works. We don't have prior year. We're not going to do that under this one. But they do, it's the most recently filed tax return. So if it's January, and I haven't filed for 2015, they can accept 2014. So it's your most recently filed tax return, as long as it's been within the last 2 years. If that is not reflective of my current financial situation, I'm permitted to give alternative documentation. And these are just some examples. Usually a pay stub, unemployment benefits, that sort of thing. This is the slide I really wanted to just spend a minute on because it's troubling to me. And I'm not quite sure, and I don't think anyone in the industry, including the department, is quite sure. During negotiated rulemaking, when we talked about this new repay plan, the department shared data with us that out of all the direct loan borrowers under these plans, 56 or 58% of borrowers do not renew the plan on time. And it's hard for me to understand that, it really is, because regulations require servicers. It's not like I sign up today and I have to mark my calendar a year from now. Don't forget to apply a year from now, reapply. Servicers are required to send renewal notices to their borrowers no earlier than 90 days before their anniversary date, no later than 60 days. So there's plenty of time to get your documentation in order and to complete the application. We all know there's reasons for people to, I know you're going, boy, she's naive. And I know, it's probably not as simple as I make it sound, but there are severe consequences. If the borrower stays under these plans and they continue to make their on-time payments and renew on time, interest is never capitalized. We all know what capitalized interest can do. If you don't renew on time, and they even give them a window, like 10 extra days or 15 extra days past the anniversary, interest is capitalized. For many of our borrowers, some of them that have very low monthly payments, that can be a substantial addition to the principal balance of their loan. Repay, the newest plan, is a little bit different. They don't stay in the plan. Interest is still capitalized, but they're actually removed from the plan and put in something called the alternative plan, which is only available in direct loans. And you can see what the payment amount winds up being. Payment amount goes up substantially. You can see here, payment no longer is income-based, it goes to the 10-year standard. And it's what's left of your 10-year standard. So if I'm in income-based repayment for 1 year, if I don't renew on time, interest is capitalized, and I have 9 years left. You can imagine what my payment amount is going to be. If I couldn't afford it a year ago, I certainly can't afford this accelerated payment now. Doesn't mean borrowers can't renew later after their due date, but the consequences have already occurred. And so we really want to make sure that they take responsibility. Okay, any questions before we get on public service loan forgiveness? Because this is an important benefit that is very, very generous for many of your student borrowers. Okay, let's look at public service. Okay, public service has been around for quite a while, actually. I think it's since 2009, but payments can be applied towards public service. Any payment that was made after October 1 of 2007 can count towards 10 years of required payments for this particular forgiveness program. And think about that. 10 years is 2017. That's next year. Could be the first time some of your former students actually get this forgiveness. We don't even have an application yet, because when Congress first created this, we thought, oh, it's 10 years from now, we don't have to worry. Well, now we're going to be scrambling, because we know it takes a long time for the department to get an application through their approval process, because there's so much steps that have to happen. But we'll get one, and so by next October, we'll have our first, and we have people in the pipeline that are ready to get this forgiveness. Each payment has to be made under a qualifying plan, which is any of these income-driven plans. They have to be on time, which means they can't be in default. They have to be in healthy repayment. They can't be miss a month and whatever. It's any monthly payment that is made on time and the scheduled amount is counted towards forgiveness. You have to be employed in a eligible company. Eligible employer. Generally, it's a private or public nonprofit, someone that has a 501c3 tax code. Many of you qualify because you work for that type of an organization. TG is a 501c3. We're a private nonprofit. Employees at my company could also be eligible for this forgiveness plan. I love the last bullet. I kind of stole that from one of the department slides. It matters where you work, not what you do. And that's important. Think about teacher loan forgiveness. You have to teach, you have to be highly qualified, you have to teach certain subjects, you have to teach in certain schools. For this, I can be a university professor, or I can be a custodial staff member, or a groundskeeper that keep your football fields amazingly green. You know, as long as I'm employed and paid by a public or private nonprofit university, I could be eligible for this particular plan. It is only available for direct loan borrowers. So our FFELP borrowers consolidate into the direct loan program in order to be eligible for this plan. And the important thing is, and this is what happened to some of the employees at TG, you know, when this first came around, we were kind of giving presentations about it, and people were immediately, you know, we had mostly FFELP loans back then, you know, so everybody was just consolidating into direct loan, and they were getting all excited about being in this forgiveness program. But they didn't realize that any payments that they had made in FFELP didn't count, because a FFELP loan doesn't qualify for forgiveness. Only payments made going forward after that consolidation count towards forgiveness. And many people didn't have 10 years left to repay the loan. So they kind of lost out. They consolidated, they didn't really need to. I mean, there wasn't a penalty, but they didn't really need to consolidate. So it's important, if you've got fields, and many of you do, we're talking about police, firefighters, nursing, teaching, public service, social worker, any state or local government, any of those positions qualify for this type of forgiveness program. They need to get in the pipeline quickly so that every payment they make will count towards that 10 years of forgiveness. Can you put the slide back up, Leah? There you go, thank you. Okay, this is the slide I wanted to make sure you were aware of. It's not a requirement. The very second bullet, we encourage you to encourage your graduates that may qualify for this plan to complete the employment certification form for public service loan forgiveness. It's not required. In other words, I can work for TG for 10 years, be making my payments on time, and then apply. I didn't have to do anything, and then I apply. Well, what about whether I thought I was working for a qualifying company, or I thought I made all the payments on time? It could be a pretty disappointing time if you realize, oh, I'm sorry, that organization, because maybe it was faith-based or something, may not count. It kind of depends on the tax status of each individual company. So we encourage employees to go ahead and fill out this employment certification form, because the ED servicer, which is AES-FIA, is the only servicer that's going to handle this, which I love, because it means you're going to get consistent answers, consistent review, and all your loans are going to be with one servicer who's going to monitor to make sure your payments are made on time and that every qualifying payment counts towards forgiveness. I fill out that employment certification form. They said, yep, you work for a qualifying company and you've made 12 months of on-time payments, keep going. Then I can go forward with confidence that I'm on the path to forgiveness. The good news is, as with any forgiveness program that has a service component, just like teacher loan forgiveness, and this one, any forgiveness amount is not considered taxable income. That makes it even a more generous benefit. So let's look at our borrower. Let's look at our same Billy borrower here. Remember, we looked at him and he was under IBR, $217. Normally, you know, he's a private attorney. He doesn't get any forgiveness because he doesn't work for a nonprofit. He's not doing social, you know, public service. But let's say that same attorney got his law degree, he's a public defender. He works for our state as a public defender. He's got the same $217. He caps at $555 in this example, and he gets $45,000 forgiven after 10 years. Remember, if he went to IBR, he's paying for almost 19 years. After 10, he qualifies for public service loan forgiveness. Think about it, he only borrowed 50. He's getting most of that in forgiveness. Having said that, this is a pretty generous benefit, don't you think? Do you think it's going to be around forever? No. This is my opinion, but it's based on fact, I believe, or strong assumptions. I don't believe the forgiveness program will go away at all, because we need this type of a program. We want to encourage our students to give back to their communities. But I believe it will change. You know, reauthorization, we're going to talk more about that this afternoon, will occur probably next year. Congress understands that this is more generous than they had even expected. And so there'll probably be maybe a cap on future forgiveness, or maybe limit some of the types of jobs or something. I don't know exactly what. So it's another reason to have your students get in the pipeline. Generally, Congress doesn't take away a benefit if somebody's in line to get it. But if you're not in the pipeline, they don't know you're even eligible for it. So it's just something to think about when you're doing some of your exit counseling for some of your programs to study. Okay, any questions before we do a group exercise? And this one we're going to do together, and we're going to just shout out answers when we get that far. Any questions? Yes, sir.
So as part of that committee that you're on, any or opportunities, the website when you're doing the application website,
We always, his question was, the work group that I said I'm on, the income-based repayment work group, do we have any influence over the department to potentially make changes on some of their websites? We make suggestions all the time. They've been very generous with accepting a lot of them, so I would say yes. So if you have some suggestions, if you can write them down or something, and I've got my contact information on one of the slides, I would love to hear any suggestion that if you're stumbling over anything, or some of your students are reading something on the website and being confused, we need to make those changes.
I just assisted somebody to upload their text transcript.
Okay.
Click on start application, or you could just go to the left-hand side and just apply
And click on. Okay, and that's a newer application that just came out because it's supposed to have more skip logic, so maybe it has too much skip logic in it. Okay, I'd love to hear that. Okay, does everybody have a handout? We have and can you put up that next slide? Please? Okay. Does everybody have a crossword puzzle in front of them? Okay, you're probably wondering, how am I going to fill out this crossword puzzle when we don't have any clues, right? So we're going to do the clues together, and we're going to fill out the crossword puzzle together kind of as a summary for this session. So let's start with across. Okay, let's start with across. One across, and we've just talked about this, a direct loan borrower who makes 10 years of qualifying payments may be eligible for this type of forgiveness. Public service. Okay, one across is public service. And just so you know, when we wrap up today's session, we will be putting the crossword puzzle, all the examples, some of the handouts we're giving to you today on the website. So hopefully you can share them with the staff who weren't able to come to today's session. Okay, number 4 across. A borrower must have this in order to qualify for IBR or pay-as-you-earn. What's the acronym? To show need. PFH. Remember, they have to show need. PFH, partial financial hardship. Okay, 6 across. What is the maximum number of years for which a borrower can receive interest subsidy under income-based repayment and pay? 3 consecutive years. First 3 years under the plan. Great. across, under our newest repay plan, a borrower must make how many qualifying payments to be eligible for forgiveness? It's not our newest, sorry, it's for pay. How many years do they have to pay? 20. Income-based is 25, pay is 20. So for that cohort of students, remember we talked about they only pay 10% of discretionary and they pay for a little bit shorter repayment term. Okay, 14 across. When a borrower's monthly payment amount does not cover the accrued interest, what type of amortization is that? Negative. Negative amortization. That's when all those interest benefits kick in. Great. Okay, 15 across. The type of repayment plan that is based on a borrower's income and family size. The category is called what? Income driven. And when you read articles from the department, they tend to lump them all together as to income-driven plans. So then that's your key, knowing that it's going to be customized based on the borrower's income. Okay, 16 across. The frequency a borrower under any of the plans must recertify income and family size is? Annually. Perfect. And on time, right? On time and annually. 17 across. An IDR plan that's available, the only IDR plan that's available to FFELP and direct loan borrowers is what? IBR, income-based repayment. Again, a FFELP borrower can consolidate into direct loan, but if they've been in repayment, that may not be a good choice for them. Income-based is still a very generous income-driven plan. 18 across. A borrower who fails to recertify under our newest repay plan will be put in what plan? Alternative. That's the only plan that does that. And 19 across. Under any of the plans, a married borrower does not have to provide spouse's income. This is that new exception. If they are separated, exactly. And that's a really good change that just took place. Okay, we're going to start with down. You guys are doing great. You all paid attention. I'm so excited. Okay, one down. If a borrower chooses to leave an income-driven plan, what happens to the interest? Capitalized. It is capitalized. This is important. 3 down. Under current IRS rules, the forgiveness amount a borrower may receive under an IDR plan is treated as what type of income? Taxable income in the year they receive the forgiveness. Five down. If a borrower fails to provide family size, I think it was on the slide, I may not have even mentioned this. Family size defaults to what number? 1. Perfect, thank you. And that's so that we can keep the application process going. They can always fix it later, but it's going to at least default to 1. 7 down, the type of loan that is not eligible for an IDR plan. Parent plus. Parent plus. Our parent borrowers, we're working hard to try to convince Congress we need some alternative, but at this point, they are not eligible. 8 down, the percentage of discretionary income that's used to determine whether a borrower qualifies for IBR is what? 15%. For the other plans, it's 10, but for income-based, it's 15. 9, what is the name of that 10-year repayment plan? Standard. Okay, and remember, that is still the default plan, and it probably will be going forward. 10 down, under our newest plan, repay, a borrower with graduate loans has to pay for how long before forgiveness? 25. 25. 20 if it's only undergrad, but 25 for grad. 11 down, what is the IRS definition of gross income less deductions? AGI, right. 12, Generally, both spouses' income are used when a married borrower files their taxes this way. Jointly. Very few exceptions. And finally, the newest repayment plan that just became implemented in December is called Repay. Okay, great job, everyone. Thank you so much. Are there any questions before we conclude today's session? Okay, thank you for paying attention. We're going to take a 10-minute stretch break.
Before you take your stretch break, I just have a really quick question for you all. It's a follow-up from Laura's great presentation. How many of you have heard about the White House's student debt challenge that just came out? No? Okay, I'm going to tell you a little bit about it because we just enrolled at my institution. I'm doing the next session on resources, financial aid resources, and I'll tell you a little bit about myself then. But right now I want to tell you about this challenge. This is a joint effort between the White House, the Office of Federal Student Aid, and the U.S. Department of Education. They're asking schools, organizations, nonprofits, businesses to enroll in this challenge. And those that do, basically, they're going to be highlighting, the White House is going to be highlighting the efforts that are going to be made by these organizations that enroll in the challenge. So what does it mean to enroll in the challenge? It basically means that you will get information out to your students, alumni, members, customers, employees, about how they can save money by enrolling in pay-as-you-earn. Okay, and other income contingent repayment plans. They're asking for some minimum requirements on how you educate your different departments on your campuses. Basically, talking with admissions, talking with the registrar's office, talking with faculty, getting information out about how students can enroll in these income contingent repayment plans. And if you enroll in the challenge, they do ask you to do certain things. There's a list of these. They had a conference call yesterday with Undersecretary Ted Mitchell explaining this new program that the White House, these new initiatives that the White House is putting out. So if you haven't heard about it, you may want to check it out, and you may want to consider enrolling your institution in this, because you are probably doing a lot of these efforts already. The minimum requirements, I looked at it, we are already doing that at our school, and we're going to do even more, especially with our financial literacy and our financial coaches. So consider looking at this. This is a new initiative, and they are asking institutions, organizations, first round through to enroll by April 18th, okay? So enjoy your stretch break, and we'll see you all in 10 minutes. Thanks.
coming out, how will you be notified? The answer is we are going to be sending out a memo very shortly, hopefully in the next week, and that is going to include an opt-in and an opt-out form. So for both the 2015-16 and 16-17 award years, you will actually have to designate which years you want to participate in. And so that will be either your school designee or your director of financial aid will get that in their email, and then the form will be submitted back to the coordinating board. Once we receive those, we will actually then do the allocations and divvy out the money. Like Sophia mentioned, the amount of money for 2015-16 is only $500,000. You can imagine that's not that much for an award year. For the following year, it'll be a bit more. But again, that's coming, so about another week. So did that answer your question? Okay. All right, so I think we have everybody back. I'm going to go ahead and have the next presenter come up. Her name is Ms. Jo Ellen, and she's going to introduce herself, and she's going to be talking about resources today.
Well, good morning again. My name is Jo Ellen Soucier. I'm the Executive Director of Financial Aid at Houston Community College. I'll tell you a little bit about myself because I'm new to Texas, and I'm even newer to TASFAA. So I have been in financial aid 28 years, been a director or higher for 24 of those years. I have, along with being a director of financial aid, I've also been a registrar, an AVP of enrollment management, done a little bit with institutional research. So I dabbled here and there, but always at the same time doing financial aid. So one thing I can say, I have worked at 5 different institutions in 4 different states. I've been in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Florida, and now here in Texas. I've traveled all over the country. I also did a couple of years of consulting work where I worked with 40 to 50 different colleges and universities across the country. And I can say, in all honesty, not just because I'm here, that Texas has definitely become my favorite place to be and my favorite place to work. It's mainly because of the people. The people here are unbelievable. I have probably the best staff I've ever had in the 28 years I've worked in financial aid. So I'm happy to be here. I'm also happy to be part of TASFAA. I've been recently getting involved in training here in TASFAA, so I'm very excited about that. So anyways, one thing I'm going to be talking to you about this morning is resources. Okay, I'm going to talk to you about all the different types of resources that are available to you, because you know we swim in information, especially with Google and all the information that's available to us on the internet. So hopefully I will be able to help you weed through some of those sea of resources. Hopefully I can help you to understand what some of these resources are and how they can help you do your jobs. So if I could go ahead and get the presentation up on the screen. No? Ah, great. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Make sure I do this right. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to talk to you about is our actual electronic code of regulations, the laws in which guide the work we do. I just attended a leadership conference in DC put on by NASFA back in February, and Justin talked about this. Justin Drager, our NASFA president, talked a little bit about these code of regulations, our actual laws. He basically informed us that the student aid handbook is a great guide. It really is. It's our Bible. It's what we use. It's what we go to when we have questions. But it's not always the best place to go, because sometimes it's better to go right to the law. The actual, how the law is worded. Our guidance is great, but you also should know what the actual rule and regulation is that backs up the guidance that we get from the handbook. So this is where you find that information, from the Code of Regulations. Oh, there we go. And then we have the U.S. Department of Education, ed.gov, that gives us a slew of good information that we can go to should we have questions about the laws. And again, this gives us some guidance. It talks a lot about data and student rights. One thing we have here in Texas that I found, having worked in other states and having traveled about the country, I found that, and this is not a bad thing, that Texans are very rights-driven people, especially our students and families, our parents. And again, that's not a bad thing. It just means that we have got to be on top of our game. 100% got to know what we're talking about, because they will challenge you. And I have been challenged the 2 years that I've been here in Texas quite a bit, and that's okay. I probably responded to more Department of Education complaints from students. Of course, Houston Community College is huge, so bound to have complaints go to the Department of Education. But the good news is we are able to feel confident in the information we're giving parents and students, that we know what we're talking about. And this is a great site that you can go to that'll give you some of that information. And it also gives you links to some data that's out there. I'm a data person, having done institutional research a little bit in my career. I love data, and I love to go and look at data of other schools, especially comparable schools. Office of Inspector General. As you know, we also have to deal a lot with ethics, code of conduct. Okay, we have to make sure we are doing our jobs cleanly, and that we are also looking out for those who may not be doing things as cleanly as they should, which means that they're trying to get something that they may not be entitled to. So you have those that are trying to commit fraud. Okay, and I have done this in my career where I've had to report fraud, not just for students and parents. Unfortunately, I've also had to report fraud of employees. So it is our obligation. We cannot ignore it. If we think there's a problem, we have to report it. It's our job. And this is some good information about what it means to be compliant and what it means to pay attention in case you do suspect that there might be fraud going on, whether it be a student or a parent or an employee. This also gives you some information about consumer alerts. I like to look at this information. One of the things that I got introduced to when I came here to Texas is a problem that has to do with diploma mills. Okay, I definitely got introduced to that very quickly in my first year on the job, and that we had to have a really clean process to help identify possible high school diploma mills. So one of the things that they give you here is some consumer alerts in which they do let you know if there are any agencies, either in your state or in the country, that have some lawsuits against them in terms of being a possible diploma mill. So this is good information you can get from here also. The handbook. I go to this a lot. You know, I've got it on my desktop every year. So one of the things I ask people at some of our other workshops, I ask people, who's been in financial aid less than 2 years? How many in this room have been in financial aid less than 2 years? Okay, so I ask the question, what is the first thing you read when you open up the new handbook for the year? And the kind of answers I get are, well, when I need to know something, or when I need to research something, or when I need to look something up. One person said, I got to read the whole thing. I'm brand new, okay? Then I ask people who have been here, been in financial aid more than 10 years. Who do we have in the room more than 10 years? Okay, quite a few of you, wow, that's impressive. And so I ask the same question. What's the first thing you do when you go to the handbook? And they say, well, I read the AVG, because that's the first thing we have to deal with every year. We have to deal with verification, because that's, you know, we have to know how the application process is going. So I go to the AVG guide. Well, I'm going to share with you what I do. The first thing I do when the new handbook comes out is I read all the information in the margins. That's the first thing I do. You know why? Because that's where they hide information on us. That's where they hide requirements. They do. You know, when V6 came out, remember when the V6 came out? That's where it said, you got to collect W-2s on everybody. It was in the margins. Health savings account credit on their taxes. You know that? You're supposed to report that as untaxed income. That's hidden in the margins. So that's the first thing I do. I go read all the margins, and then I go back and I look for new information, and then I make sure I've reviewed everything else at the same time that I go through my policy and procedure manual. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, Blue Book. How many of you have never heard of the Blue Book? Never heard of it? okay? That's not unusual. Financial aid rules and regulations and guidance does not only exist in the student aid handbook, okay? There's also this thing called the Blue Book, where they also put information about rules and regulations. I have read all of these different manuals and books. I've worked for proprietary, I've worked for nonprofit, I've worked for public, so I've gotten to know a lot of these manuals and a lot of this information. And I had a colleague call me the other day and he goes, I know you know where this is, but I can't find it. I can't find the information of separation of duties. I know it exists, but I can't find it in the handbook. I said, because it's not in the handbook. It's in the Blue Book, all right? There is information in the Blue Book that is not contained in the handbook that is still relevant to the work we do. The Blue Book, however, is mainly geared to those in your finance office. Okay, this is their manual for doing the student financial aid bookkeeping work. That's what I call it. All right, so this is where they go to find out information, and there is information repeated in the Blue Book that's also in the handbook, such as how you treat credit balances. But there's some information that is in one and not in the other. So if you know there's a rule out there, but you can't remember where it is, this might be where it's located, right here in the College Blue Book. And here we have the federal student aid page that is really geared towards students and parents, those that are applying for financial aid. So the first thing we have listed here is create an FSA ID, right? The new FSA ID made it a lot easier for them to sign electronically, right? No. Absolutely not. No, they made it a little bit more difficult, but they made it more secure, which I think was important. Because those of you who had PIN numbers, I've been in financial aid a long time. I also was a student for financial aid. That's how I got through college, was getting financial aid. And for years, up until last year, my PIN number, not just to get into financial aid, but also enroll in COD and NSLDS, my PIN number was INUPNO. That was my PIN number. 6 letters, that's how old my PIN number was. But it wasn't secure. It was that same thing for years. If someone had gotten that information, they would have access to a lot more than just seeing my financial aid, because I'm an aid administrator and I use it to get into all the other things. So this was a good thing for them to change the access and make it more secure. Yeah, it's a little more difficult for students to enroll, but that's where we come in and we help them through the process. And this website also gives good information about that. FAA access to CPS Online. This is a site that we used to use a lot more before our large administrative systems came out, okay? A lot of what is done on this site is done by our administrative systems. If you're Banner, if you're PeopleSoft, if you're PowerFades, Colleague, DataTel, your systems do a lot of what this screen is for. You know, you do it in your system, you transmit data. You know, a student does something on the site, you transmit the data back. But some schools don't have the luxury. There's a lot of small schools out there. I know, because I've worked with many of them. They don't have that luxury of having a PeopleSoft or a Banner. So they have to rely on this screen to do a lot of the work we do in our own systems, to view student aid reports, to make corrections, to do professional judgment decisions, to request information, to do their R2T4 calculations. Some schools do some of their R2T4s in their computer system, like the traditional withdrawals, and then do others in here, like walkaways, because those are a little bit harder to deal with. Sometimes they have different rules. So they'll use that, the FAA access to do that. However, everybody has to go to this screen for something unless you're a QA school, although QA is going away. So if you're a QA school, you won't be for long. But QA schools don't have to report the identity verification information. But those who are not QA, we have to go in to this screen and report our V4s and V5s, letting the government know what we did and what information we collected from the student regarding their identity. The one thing I do like on this screen is I like their compare ICER functionality. I do like to go in here when I'm, trying to figure out what's going on between different transactions, and I like how it lays out one transaction and another transaction and shows you the differences. So there, I will go in here once in a while for that functionality. FSA Coach. How many of you have used this, FSA Coach? Quite a few people. It is a great tool, especially for brand new aid administrators. It's a great tool that guides you through the rules and regulations, where to find information, and it kind of helps you to understand how all this works. So I know a lot of our new and young aid administrators, young meaning not age young, but young meaning not been in the field for too long, they'll go to this and they'll use this, and it's very helpful. And when you have a large staff, I have over 120 staff members in my department, so when you have a large staff, a tool like this is really helpful. Especially when you're putting them through a training program, new aid folks. Publication 17. This is another publication, another resource you should be very familiar with if you deal with verification. I think I know this publication inside and out. For the last 5 years, I've been doing a whole webinar series for the state of New York on verification. And there's all kinds of situations out there, especially with resident alien versus not resident, non-resident aliens, or resident aliens married to non-resident aliens, whether they have to file as head of household or married. So all those different situations exist here in this publication. Explain to you, especially who qualifies as head of household. I don't know about you all, but we deal with that all the time. People who are filing with head of household not necessarily eligible to do so. So we use this as our guide. It's a great publication to find out all that information. So you can find out just about anything. They tell us we don't have to be tax expert, says that right in the handbook, all right? But we kind of do in a lot of the situations that we handle, especially here in Texas, because we get a lot of people from all over the world moving here. We get a lot of students and parents. One parent's here, the other one's in Cuba. We get a lot of those kind of things going on, and this publication is extremely helpful to guide us through that information, especially when dealing with foreign income. IFAP. This should be your #1 favorites on your Internet Explorer, Chrome, Firefox, whatever you use, should be your #1 saved bookmark. Because this is our portal. This is our professional portal into all the types of information. And you can get to a lot of the screens that I've already shown, the screens that I will show in a few minutes. You can get to a lot of it here. But I like to give you the direct, because there's a lot of information in here. This is a very busy portal. It's good. It's a good thing, because we need that. But I do want to show you how to directly get to information, because sometimes you can get lost in IFAP. You want to definitely get to know it and get familiar with it. One of the things I like about IFAP, if you haven't done so already, enroll in their alerts. Their alerts are great. So you know when a new colleague letter has come out, or a new electronic announcement. And you've got to stay on top of those. You really do, because those are your guides. Those are when something changes or something new or something's coming up for the new year, you need to know about it. So definitely go onto IFAP and enroll in those alerts. They're very helpful in guiding us in the work we do. Training materials, hot topics. I like to look at the hot topics page often here on IFAP. FSA assessments. Okay, I came to Texas July of 2013. And then in November of 2013, I got that dreaded call from the Dallas Office of the Department of Ed that said, we are coming to do a program review in February. I was hoping for at least a year on the job before I got the call, but I wasn't surprised. I knew I was going to get it, and that was fine. But this tool, this FSA assessments, is a great tool for you to use to make sure you are ready for that call or ready for that visit when they come to do a program review. And they are doing more and more program reviews nowadays. I know I've got colleagues all over the country I talk to. They call me up, okay, tell me how your program review, because I just got the call. Okay, how'd yours go? All right. The one thing I do want to point out, especially in this resource for you, who can tell me what is the most recent program review findings schools are experiencing right now, nowadays? The verification has always been around, the R2T4 has always been around, but what is the most recent program review finding that schools are experiencing? Consumer information requirements, absolutely. Clery, drug prevention program, net price calculator, all these requirements under the consumer information, schools are getting caught by not meeting those requirements in program reviews. And some of the responses that the schools are getting back from the program review are pretty harsh in terms of us not meeting those consumer information requirements. They mean business. They want us complying 100% with these requirements. So go here to this FSA assessments, and there's a whole section on consumer information, and make sure your school is ready for that visit. Make sure they are meeting all those requirements. You should have a whole matrix of all the different consumer information requirements, where it resides at your school, because most of them don't even come out of financial aid. But when you get a letter saying you're not in compliance, who do they go to? Financial aid. You know, so you have to know where that information resides, who's responsible for it. If it's online, where's the link that brings you right to that information? That is really important, that your consumer information requirements are up to par. And you can use this FSA assessments to get to where you need to be. FSA download. On top of being a financial aid person, I also have a master's degree in IT. I'm a bit of a geek when it comes to the computer. And I like to know what's going on with my data. Okay, my IT person loves me because I can read code. So if something's wrong, I said, just give me the code. I'll find it, show you where the problem is, and then you go fix it. But I also need to know how the data's coming out. So I like to read these technical reference manuals. I know I'm a geek, okay? But I like to know how the data works and if there's any change in the data. And I want to make sure my system is doing what it's supposed to do. And we have PeopleSoft, which is one of the most complicated systems out there. But I want to make sure I know how that data is being treated and that the data that's coming out of my system is what it's supposed to be before it goes to one of the federal government's websites. FSA training for financial aid professionals. This is just another source on top of that FSA coach in which you can go and get information or training on some of the hot topics, some of the more challenging topics of our profession. So they have modules, R2T4, definitely one of the most challenging topics of our profession. And it just gives you some guidance. They're modules that you can go through, your staff can go through, SAP, and just to make sure that you're not missing anything, you know, that you understand, your staff understands how all this works. So that's another great tool. Default management and rates. Up until recently, when our draft rate comes out, I pretty much hold my breath and pray that is not going to be too high. Because until recently, we didn't have a default management plan. We weren't really doing any efforts to affect that rate, which has changed in the last year, and it's going to change in the next year to come. But the cohort default rate, you should know where to find that information pretty quick. And then on this site, I don't know if you know it, but on the iPad site, which I'll show you in a minute, you have comparable schools. Like HCC has 19 what you call comparable schools, comparable in size, population, school type, and I know who those schools are. And I want to know how their rate compares to my rate. I want to know where I fall. Okay? So I'm going to go here, I'm going to look up, I'm going to search cohort rates and see where the other schools are. And then I feed that information to my upper management so they're aware, so they know where we fall. So we are doing some efforts in default prevention and management now. But before that, I wanted to know who my defaulters are. Has anyone ever challenged the rate? Have you ever done an appeal? Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's an exercise in itself. It's a lot of work, but it's worth going through at least one time. I've done it once at this school. I've done it once on every school I've been to. Number one, I want to make sure my data is accurate out there. Make sure the students that are in my cohort belong in my cohort. And that site that was just up a minute ago sort of guides you through that, kind of tells you how to do that. If you want to review your defaulters and appeal your rate, you do that through that site. But the nice thing about it, and as it teaches you how to go through that information, you can also look at who your defaulters are. What are the demographics of your defaulters? I kind of knew anecdotally who were defaulting at my school, but I was able to back it up with data by going through that exercise. Can we get that back on the screen? Okay, great, thank you. NASFAA. Oh, I love NASFAA. Been a NASFAA member since 1989. Showing my age. I started in financial aid when I was 5, by the way. But NASFAA is a great resource. And when Dallas Martin was president of NASFAA, I didn't think we could ever get a comparable president when he retired. But I'll tell you, they outdid themselves. Justin Drager is amazing. He's an amazing man, smart man, very driven man, and he's made some incredible enhancements to the NASFAA site. And one of the most recent additions to their site I'd like to point out, and it's called Legislative Tracker. I'm the type of person that I don't like surprises. My staff found that out early on when I first came, and they tried to throw me a surprise birthday party. It did not go well. Not that I didn't appreciate it at all, but I wasn't very cooperative because they wanted me to be somewhere that I didn't need to be. You know, so I was not being very cooperative. But I don't like surprises, so I want to know what's coming, okay? I want to know what's out there. I want to know what's being proposed out in Congress. I want to know what our legislators are looking at doing. How many of you that have been in financial aid a while remember this old joke called the FAFSA postcard? Remember that? It had you remember that? It had like 5 questions on it. You know, so it was this joke that went around saying, we're going to simplify financial aid, we'll only ask 5 questions. Well, that's not really so far-fetched right now, okay? I don't know about you all, but I think the FAFSA has way too many questions. Who thinks that there's not too many questions? Okay, nobody raises your hand. Of course not. There's way too many questions on that application. So what they're doing right now in Congress, and some of our congressmen and women are looking at simplification. I'm on the One Loan, One Grant Task Force with NASFAA, where we're looking at simplification, and we're looking at trying to reduce the complexity for students. They're not so concerned about the complexity for us, but they are very concerned about the complexity for students. So this legislative tracker is showing you all the things that are out there right now. Last year, Congressman Alexander put out a proposal about simplification. I really recommend you read it. Okay, you can find it through this legislative tracker on NASFAA, and it talks about some of their ideas for simplification. It'll be a little scary to read because it's hard to picture it being that simple, what he's proposing, but we could end up with some version of what he put out, Senator Alexander. So I do recommend you read it so you get an idea of the kind of things that they're talking about in Congress and what they're looking at. And that legislative tracker will give you that information. Another thing I like about NASFAA is, and it's fairly new, it's been around for a little bit now, is something that's called Ask Mr. Ethics. It allows you to confidentially put out an ethical situation to NASFAA that you might be experiencing, whether it be with a student, a parent, or a staff member, where you can ask a question that you can sort of get some guidance on how you might handle ethical situations, because we deal with them all the time, whether we realize it or not. We're dealing with ethics and code of conduct every day in our jobs. So ask Mr. Ethics. I've gone in it. I've looked at some information that's out there. It's good information. Definitely use it. And then the Today's News. I live by that, NASFAA Today's News. I can't wait for that to come out. I read everything that's in that. It's helpful information, and it also gives you the hot topics, basically what's new, what's coming, and what's going on in states too. That's one of the things I like about the daily news. It tells you what's going on in some of the states around the country. Studentloan.gov. Students need this. Definitely, they need, if they want a student loan, they have to go here to do their MPN and their entrance and exit counseling, and it also guides them through the whole student aid process. One of the things I like, I have 2 master's degrees, and I'm working on my doctorates right now, which is expensive, so I have student loans. So I like to keep an eye on what's going on with my student loans, what's happening. So there is a repayment calculator, repayment estimator on this screen that I absolutely love. And it kind of tells you where you're at and what's going on and what you're going to be looking at for payments. So it helps me, as I consider a new loan, a new year, it helps me to decide whether or not I really want to take out any more debt and I want to try to squeeze by this next course on my own. Kind of helps you see where you're at with your debt and students, where they are with their student loan debt. So I do like that repayment estimator. NSLDS. When I came to HCC, half my staff didn't even have access to this. I was quite disappointed and rectified that situation as soon as we can, because this is information that all aid administrators that are dealing with students, and even those that don't, but deal with programs, should have access to this. This is an important website. It's important because you should also teach your students about this early on, so they can track their aid, track the loans they're getting, track the grants that they're getting, and it helps sort of pull all that information together. Another common audit and program review finding that schools are experiencing right now is enrollment reporting. Okay, schools are falling short on the requirement to report timely and accurate enrollment statuses. And this is where that information goes. Those of you who use the clearinghouse, we use the clearinghouse, but we can't rely on them to make sure the information's accurate on NSLDS. That's our job. Even though they're a third party and we're using them, they're still not responsible, we are. So we need to make sure that our information's accurate. So one of the things I do is I have a compliance manager on staff, and her job is to make sure that we are compliant, especially with things in which we may have fell short in the past. So I give her our list of withdrawals every semester, and I said, randomly select a handful, and I want you to go and check and make sure the enrollment was reported timely and accurately. All right, so that's what I require them to do every semester to make sure we're on track. COD, what's one of the things that people go out to the common origination and disbursement site for? What is a common thing that aid administrators go out here for? Anything? Pending aid at other schools, whether or not the student got aid at other schools. We also use this, although you can get it on NSLDS also, but we use this to look at the LEU, the Lifetime Eligibility Usage for Pell, because that information's also out on this screen. What else is now on this screen that's not in NSLDS right now? But what else is on this screen that we now need to get information about? SULA. Someone said SULA. Yes, the SULA percentage, especially for those of us who have certificate programs, because we're already getting hit with that. 4-year schools, you got a little bit of time before you need to worry about this. But for us, 2-year programs, certificate programs, we're already dealing with SULA. And this is where we get that information out on COD. National Center for Educational Statistics. This is just good information if you're looking for information about another school, if you're trying to help someone understand information about another school, if you're looking to get a job at another school. You might want to just take a peek at their information. This is good information that's out there about schools, and I like data. College Navigator. How many of you actually know what's out there on the College Navigator for your school? A couple of you. You should. This is part of the consumer information requirements. You should definitely know what information's out there about your school. Why? Why should you know that? Because students are getting some information from here. Do you know what information they're getting? It's coming out on their SAR. As soon as they apply, That screen they get back has some information about your school and all the other schools that they're applying to. That's coming from here. You should know what information's out there on your, about your school on College Navigator. So I recommend you just go take a peek, just so that you're familiar. iPads. Remember I told you earlier that you are matched up with a set of schools? This is where you get that information. So you can see your comparable institutions. And you can use that for data as you're gathering information, or your upper management or other departments or your institutional research department is asking information about where we stand in this case, where we stand in that case. This is a good site to go to get that information. I like to know. I like to know how we compare, especially to our like institutions. U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, this is a good resource for those of you who deal with VA. We're a large institution, so VA is its own department. We don't really deal with that in financial aid. But at my last school, I was the director of financial aid and the registrar, and the VA was in the registrar's office. So I had to know a lot about what was going on with VA programs. So this is a good site to get that information. Okay. Social Security Administration. We have our students that sometimes have issues, their parents have issues with their Social Security number or Social Security card. So this is a good resource to help guide them through some of those difficulties they may be having. Also talks a little bit about identity theft. We're starting to, we have a whole team of financial coaches at HCC that help students through financial information, making good decisions, just teaching them about various topics. And identity theft is definitely one of those things that has risen to the surface, because more and more of our students and parents are dealing with identity theft. And there's some good resources out here about that. Citizenship. We deal a lot with that in Houston. I don't know about other areas of Texas, but we got a lot of that in Houston, where we have students going through citizenship issues, trying to get citizenship. They've been through the citizenship process, and now we need to get documentation about it. This is a good resource for students, and it also good information about immigration and laws. I like to refer to that quite often. Selective service. Has your male student registered with Selective Service? If they have, you can use this to confirm that. So we go here, if we can confirm it, we just do a print screen, put it in our imaging system, and we're done. So we don't have to bother the student. But if the student doesn't clear, what do they have to get? What do they, if they have not registered with Selective Service, and they said they couldn't, or they forgot, or they didn't know, or then what do they need to do? They need to get a status confirmation letter from Selective Service. You need that letter before you can proceed in determining whether or not that student's eligible. This is where you can get information about that status information letter that you have to get from the students. You can lead them here to get that letter. Taxpayer Guide to Identity Theft. This is just another resource that we use, especially with our financial coaching sessions that we offer our students to help them try to avoid identity theft. And then this is a site I've had to learn a lot about in the last couple of years, having come to Texas. I didn't know much about the Texas programs, and there's a lot of them. I'm finding out there's great resources for our students here in Texas, especially those for undocumented students. I came from 3 other states that did not offer financial aid to students who are not citizens. And I found that Texas is very generous. The TASFAA application, I was very excited when I learned about that. I think it's a great thing. I think it's great resources to help students come to college, even if they're not a citizen. So I've learned a lot, but I'm sure you all know all about that. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Okay, this is another resource where you can find information, especially if you have financial literacy programs on your campus, if you have a financial literacy within your department, maybe a separate department. This is a good resource that they use to help, our coaches use this to help develop workshops for students. They use this to help send students to get information. It's a good resource, and it's also a place where they can submit a consumer complaint, students or parents. We deal with homeless, unfortunately, in Houston, so I need to make sure me and my staff are up on some of the places that citizens go in case of homeless situations, and some of the documentation they bring back to us. So this is good information. Students, again, a lot of times are dealing with parents and spouses that don't live in this country and are earning money, but they're not earning it in US dollars, so they send us the information in pesos. Of course, that's not helpful in terms of reporting information on the FASFA. So instead of making the students convert, we'll convert it for them, so that we can continue processing their files. So this just happens to be a resource I use. There's plenty out there. There's lots of converters out there. This is just one of many that you can use. Foster care. We want to make sure that we understand the whole issues behind foster care when we're dealing with students, especially dependency status. So this is another resource. This is U.S. legal. I use this a lot when I'm dealing with some very difficult situations with some of our parents and students. So I go here if I need to really dig deep into a certain law that's, students are dealing with. Common law. Again, another thing I had to learn coming to Texas, we have common law marriage. Got to know those rules. You should also know what other states offer common law and do not, and those that do not. It's in my policy and procedure manual, the states that do and the states that don't. Okay. And what does once a student or a parent claims that they're in common law marriage and they no longer want to be married, what do they have to do? They have to get a divorce, a real divorce, okay? So that's where you find that kind of information. Emancipation laws. If you don't know this, you may be surprised to know that not all states offer emancipation laws. They don't offer the student an ability to become legally emancipated. So here you can find information about which states offer it and which states don't. We get a lot of people coming to Texas. Texas is a great place to be. So they come from all different states. So if they're coming and they're saying they're emancipated and they've got emancipated in a state that doesn't offer it, you should know that. And you should also make that part of your policy and procedure manual. And here we also have lots of listservs and blogs. These I'm still learning about, especially the ones here in Texas. But you have lots of opportunity to enroll in listservs. But when you do, you also have to realize that what's going to come out of that is lots of emails, right? Especially finatal. I've belonged to finatal for years and years and years. One thing you need to be careful, I think listservs are wonderful, and blogs are wonderful, but you have to realize that what is being put out there is not the rule necessarily. Unless they're quoting actual law, you're getting the opinions of other people in our profession. So you can't always take that as gospel, as the actual rule. You may be getting information as opinions. Some people will go out and state the rule and regulation or state right from the handbook. That's great. But just be careful that whatever you're looking at in these listservs and blogs, that you understand that it could just be someone else's opinion or how they do it. It may not be the actual rule. So you just have to be careful with that. Okay. I think that is it. Does anyone have any questions? I hope you found this helpful. I hope I gave you some tools, or what they call cool tools, and resources to help you do your jobs even better and help you find information when you're running into those crazy situations that in my 28 years, I thought I saw it all until I came to Houston and Texas, and I realized there's still more for me to know and learn about financial aid administration. Okay, thank you for your time. And at this point, I think they have a couple quick little announcements for lunch, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you for your time.
Hello. Okay. All right. Thank you for being patient through all our technical difficulties today. We do have lunch ready, so I wanted to make a couple quick announcements. We are going to go out this door. The food is right outside here, and it's set up, categorized for the different options. We do have 2 individuals that marked that they had dietary restrictions, so I wanted to go ahead and allow them to go pick up their lunch. It's Margaret Daniel and Glenda Balch. Okay, so and there was a couple people that marked gluten-free. So if those individuals can go ahead and go out, then we'll start dismissing everyone to go. On a side note, if you would like to sit in here to eat, you're more than welcome. We also have a break room, which is going to be around the corner, and I'll have someone out there directing you guys to show you where that is. We do have limited sodas. If you'd like a soda, they're going to be out here. We have water. We have lemonade and iced tea over next to the coffee area if you'd like that. Again, the break room does have some vending machine accessibility, but it is credit card only. It's an open market, if that makes sense, so you do have to have a debit or credit card to purchase from there. Bathrooms, like I said, right around here if you haven't been over there yet, and we're going to, as a show of hands, how many people want the full hour and how many want to get things moved up so we can potentially get out early. So those who want a full hour, didn't think so. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll do a 45-minute. We were going to have closer to an hour, so we're going to reconvene at 12:30 in here. So why don't we do this? This half of the room, if y'all can stand and file out, again, you can come back in here, or we have the break room available. Sophia, can you kind of show them where the break is if they decide to go in there? And then just a couple minutes, otherwise you'll just be standing in line.
which is kind of like the happening capital.
And they'll have to always go to California. So
Back to their seat. Wow, you all turned quiet so quickly. It's awesome. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started. For those of you that are remote, in case you just started tuning in, again, I'm Laura Kowalski, and I'm Senior Policy Advisor at TG. And this part of the presentation, or the workshop, I'm going to be giving a federal update. And for those of you, and some of you, I saw there were probably a good dozen or so that are like less than 5 years in the business, it sounds like. So just to give you a little heads up as to what a federal update's all about. The intent is that I'm going to highlight a lot of different resources, probably resources that have been posted by the Department of Ed or others, or Congress, within the last maybe 3 months. It may not be information that you're particularly responsible for, but I do ask that you share the information with other people from your staff that maybe couldn't come, or other offices on your campus, because I'm hoping that a lot of it is, oh yeah, refresher, but if it's I've never heard of that before, that's definitely something we want to make sure that somebody's aware of the information. So let's go ahead and get started. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start by talking a little bit about some of the Department of Education. There are 2 final rule packages that were published this past fall that become effective this July 1. One of them is specific to your campuses. The other one is more a nice to know that will be have a positive impact on your former students. I also want to, and then I'm going to talk about recent guidance, some, like I said, Dear Colleague letters, some announcements, those type of thing, a couple additional resources that Joellen didn't have in her presentation, just to kind of make sure that you're aware of them. I always like to have resources so that instead of having to handhold clients or students all the time, if you can answer the question today and give them a resource, so maybe they can answer their own question tomorrow, that's sort of the name of the game. Then I'm going to end, I always like to end with kind of what I see is on the horizon, what I think the Department of Education and Congress are going to be working on over the next 12 to 18 months. With the election, it kind of slows down a little bit, but for the most part, I think we've got a pretty good handle on what's going to happen pretty soon. And then I always leave you with helpful resources. Like I said, the guidance that I'm going to talk about is going to be very high level, so the resources at the end will give you the specifics on where you can find that guidance. So let's start with the first one. The first set of final rules, they were actually negotiated 2 years ago, back in 2014. And I kind of want to back up a little bit. One of the very first resources that Joellen talked about were federal regulations. You know, many times you need to go to the regulations and actually see what it says. And, you know, when I first started in the industry, it's like, well, these regulations just appeared on my desk. I didn't know where they came from. And so as time went on, I started learning where the regulations actually come from. And the regulations that we have to follow really come from a process called negotiated rulemaking. And just to it's going to be a refresher for some and new for others. Negotiated rulemaking is actually required under the Higher Education Act, which is the law that governs all of our Title IV programs. And it says that the Department of Education just can't write rules themselves. They have to actually ask interested parties, affected parties, to help them write the rules. And I've been fortunate in my career at TG to be able to attend several of these. And it's interesting because it's always nice to see where the rules came from. And in negotiated rulemaking, you have representation. There's usually 20 to 25 negotiators, and they represent all different sectors of schools, 2-year, 4-year, public, private, for-profit, guarantee agencies, servicers, lenders. The last time, one of the rules I'm going to talk about, military. Some of the rules affect our men and women in uniform. So we had a representation, somebody representing the military. We have attorney generals. We have borrower advocacy groups. So think about that. To me, it's a great process because you get this whole group of people in a room to write, literally write draft regulations. But think about the different perspectives that are coming to the table. I mean, your idea about talking about the same topic can be very different. I can come at it from a very different angle. So there has to be rules. And so the whole goal of negotiated rulemaking in order to come up with these rules is for the group to reach consensus. And what that means is that I may not get everything I want, you may not get everything you want, but together we're going to compromise. And I always say I wish Congress had to have that same rule because maybe we'd get a lot more done, but it's a great goal. And most of the time, the group really does reach consensus. They understand that if they don't reach consensus, the rule says that the Department of Education can write the rules the way they think they should be written. And many times the department can be over here and everybody else can be over here, and we may not like the way that they write them. Most of the time, as I said, they reach consensus. The next two, this particular package of rules that become effective this July, the group did not reach consensus. There were a lot of topics discussed. Cash management, as you can imagine, from all of you being in different types of campuses, is a very tough topic to reach agreement on. And we're going to see why in just a second. The department was very adamant, based on Attorney General's reports and investigations, that they needed to be a little tougher than schools thought that they needed to be. So we'll look at that in a second. Most of the rules are effective, like I said, this July 1. And they really kind of group up into two main changes, this whole package of rules. And it really has to do with how you handle credit balances, how you handle, when a student gets financial aid, whether it's Pell or loans, any type of financial aid, if there's money left over and there's a credit balance, what do you do with that balance? What are you making the student do to get that balance? That was sort of the topic at hand at the time. That's one of the, whoops. There you go. That was the first one. So it's talking about new debit and, excuse me, it should say debit. It does. New debit and prepaid card provisions, which are dependent on what type of relationship your institution has with a financial institution. And we'll talk about that. And also, there's a few smaller changes that I think are very positive changes that should make it easier in your offices. So let's look at this overview. Like I said, this is a chart that in February, the Department of Education actually presented 2 webinars. They kind of repeated the same webinar with an overview of all of these rules. And I strongly encourage, because these rules impact every campus, that you really listen to the webinar if you haven't already done it. It's only about an hour long, but they did a really good job, I believe. It really talks about, remember I said, it depends on what type of a relationship, a contractual relationship you have with a financial institution. And the department breaks it into T1 and T2, a Tier 1 school and a Tier 2 school. And at a very high level, a Tier 1 school is a school that actually has a contract with a financial institution who will actually like disperse the credit balances, that actually will process that credit balances to your students. Those rules are a little bit tougher than a Tier 2 school, who actually has their own processing, but they have maybe a local bank that would like to maybe advertise to their students. I've got some services that I think maybe your students would really be interested in. It's a little bit less formal of a relationship, so there's fewer rules connected with a Tier 2 school. So that's sort of high level. This chart, I'm not going to go over every single one of them, but I do want to talk about the very first box there on the left where it says Student Choice Menu. The whole idea of trying to come up with rules is that the department wants to make sure that if you have a relationship with a financial institution that is actually handling your credit balances, that you don't force the student to open up an account with that institution. You have to use our particular card, you have to use our particular machines, you have to follow these rules. They want the student to have a choice. If I have a checking account with ABC Bank and I like that bank, I want to be able to continue to use my own checking account. Those are one of the rules, that you can't force the student to open up a particular account at the bank that you may be using. Another one is making sure that there is enough ATM access for your students. If you're a large, like Joellen was talking about the thousands of students she has, or a UT, thousands of students, Texas State, those large schools, you can't have 2 ATM machines on your campus, or you're never going to have enough money in there, or there's going to be lines going down the block. So there's limitations on how many ATM networks need to be available to your students at no charge. And no, so fee restrictions mean you can't charge more than the normal fee. We used to have per transaction fees. Some financial institutions were charging. That's no longer permitted. So I put an asterisk next to a few of these because remember I said most of these rules are effective July 1. A couple things like the ones that I have asterisks are being postponed until July 1, 2017. Sorry, I forgot what year we're in. 2017. You still have to have a student choice to tell the student, you know, what they can do, where they can go, where the ATM machines are, that kind of thing, what the fees may be connected with certain things. But the format, the actual disclosure, is postponed till 2017, so you can put the information out any way you want to. And the reason it's postponed is because the Department of Education is working with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, who are working together to come up with the most consumer-friendly format that's very clear. It's going to be standard across all universities to use, and that's going to be postponed until a year from now. Okay, and the other small changes that are in this package, those are the primary ones having to do with credit balances. But other ones that have changed, other rules that have changed effective July 1 are disbursement by payment period. Some schools, as of July 1, you're prohibited from charging up front all the cost of a particular program. You have to charge per payment period. You have to prorate it per payment period. And it's logical. Think about it. If you charge everything up front and use up all the students' financial aid, what are they going to do for the rest of the year? So the thought process was you charge per payment period and you give financial aid per payment period. Another change has to do with repeat coursework. And the example that I was given, probably the biggest example, and these have been rules that have been in effect for probably at least 2 or 3 years, is our nursing programs. A lot of times, I think most nursing programs, you have to pass all the courses in a particular semester or whatever before you can move on to the next one. And under the current rules, if I passed 2 out of 3, so I had to repeat all 3 of them, I could not give financial aid to those courses that I already passed. That's what the current rule says. And schools complain, saying that's just too much administrative burden to try to figure that out. When do I give them financial aid? When can't I? I have to keep track of how many times they passed or failed a class. So what changes July 1 is if it's a course, and like I said, a program that requires that student to pass all the classes within one module or one semester, before they go to another one, you can give financial aid to even previously passed coursework. And that should simplify things for those few programs. And finally, provisions for purchasing books and supplies it's been around for a long time, or at least 3 or 4 years, where you must make credit balances available, or at least a method for your Pell-eligible students by the 7th day of the payment period to have money available to buy books and supplies so that they're ready to go to class. This has been expanded now as of July 1 to not only Pell-eligible students, but all Title IV recipients. So if you have a loan-only student or a different grant-only student, you also have to make sure that if they have any credit balance available, that you make that available. Some method, you could have a bookstore credit or something available. You don't necessarily have to give them the check, but you have to make sure that they can purchase books and supplies by that 7th day of the payment period. Okay, the next, and these are the resources. Like I said, this is, I gave you a URL to the actual webinars as well as to the Program Integrity website. These are all topics. How many of you have looked at the Program Integrity Q&A website? Okay, a couple people. There should be a lot more hands raised, I think, and maybe you know it a lot more than I do. I have a lot of questions about all these topics, and it's amazing. Joellen talked about having IFAP as being your #1 favorite on your desktop. It's been my #1 for years, and what the department is doing is on the home page, those of you that are familiar with IFAP, on the right-hand side, they are adding more and more, I call them one-stop shop links. They're going by category, where if I want something to do with program integrity, if I want something to do with gainful employment or something like that, and you're going to see it with early FAFSA, with the prior year stuff, I can look at there. One link is going to take me to every single resource throughout the years that the department has published about that particular topic. That saves me and will save you so much time instead of looking year by year. Now, when exactly did they publish that kind of thing? It's really a great resource. And of course, I also compliment NASFAA on the resources that they have developed. They've always been a great resource for me over the years, but I said in a couple of the other sessions that I'm a policy person, and I know sometimes we tend to maybe regurgitate the regs and not make it as clear as possible when we're putting together charts and helpful resources. And I think NASFAA was doing that too. It was a little bit too detail-oriented sometimes. And they're doing a really good job now of making it so much more clear. I love with their charts, they're saying what it is today, what it'll be tomorrow. It makes it a lot clearer to be able to understand the specific change that you need to implement and change your policies and procedures on campus. So I also think that that's a great resource. Okay, the second set of final rules that I kind of wanted to touch on, like I said, they become effective July 1 for the most part. You can see the first bullet under there with the asterisk. The new repay plan we talked about this morning, this was one of the main topics that was developed in the negotiated rulemaking that took place just last year. We've already talked about that, but I wanted to talk about the other topics because I think that they're helpful changes to your former students. Well, the second one actually has to do with the schools. Many community colleges, they have low cost, and so they don't need a lot. They have a very low number of borrowers, loan borrowers, because Pell covers their costs. They don't really need to have a lot of borrowers. That's called a participation rate index. When we talk about your cohort default rate, that's a type of challenge that you can actually make. But under the current rules, you can only challenge that particular rate if you're going to lose eligibility. Well, that's way down the road. And you don't want to be that close to losing eligibility for Title IV before you can finally use this particular tool to help you out. And so schools said, we would like to be able to challenge, because we have very few borrowers, early. As soon as we have a rate that's above a threshold that we are comfortable with, we'd like to be able to challenge that rate. And beginning July 1 of 2016, so it'll be the next round of cohort. Schools in that situation will be able to challenge a CDR due to a low participation rate index. The last two bullets are the ones that don't impact you well, I guess they impact you in the fact that they could help your cohort rate, but they really impact servicers and guarantee agencies. But it helps your students. The one that says procedures for FFELP loan holders to proactively identify service members under the SCRA. And SCRA stands for Service Members Civil Relief Act. Under the law, the Service Member Civil Relief Act, a service member, any active duty service members, they don't have to be in combat or anything, any active duty service member is allowed to have a consumer debt that has no more than a 6% interest rate. And think about that. You know, credit cards, many credit cards are above 6%. Mortgages, personal loans, car loans, any of those, it can't be above 6%, including student loans. And this even affects defaulted borrowers. Think about that. When a borrower defaults, those collection costs are way higher than 6% interest. Well, under the law, in order for servicemen and women to get that benefit, they had to apply for it. I mean, we don't know who they are, so they had to apply for it and say, you know, have it signed by their officer that they're eligible for this benefit. Well, the Department of Defense was saying, not enough of our servicemen and women are getting this benefit, and we need to do something to help them. So they worked with the Department of Education, and now it's required for all lenders, servicers, and guarantee agencies, both FELP and direct, to proactively, servicemen and women do not have to apply for this. We now, our entire loan portfolio is scrubbed every month on a monthly basis with the Department of Defense database, and we proactively identify your former students who are in the military. We will immediately put them no higher than 6%. If their rate's already below 6%, it's going to stay that way. We're not raising it to 6%, but this is to lower the rate to 6%. In a situation, and we have identified several that have already defaulted, unfortunately, over the years, and we've completely wiped out collection fees, any late charges, anything like that, so that they don't pay more than 6% on that debt as long as they're in the military. We send the borrower, obviously, a notification so that they know it's been put on. But that's a very positive step towards our men and women in uniform. And the last one is another one that's really kind of a little nuanced, but it has to do with your students who have unfortunately defaulted on their loans. And one of the ways in which a defaulted borrower can get out of default is to rehabilitate that loan. And rehabilitation means that remember the repayment plans we talked about this morning, once a borrower defaults, they're not eligible for any repayment plan. It's a negotiation between the guarantee agency or the department and the borrower to come up with a reasonable and affordable payment when a borrower is in default. That payment amount can be as low as $5. And what rehabilitation means is I make whatever agreed upon payment we come up with, I make 9 consecutive on-time payments. At that point, the loan is sold as a loan in healthy repayment. You're no longer in default. Trade line, your default is removed from your credit report, and it's a positive step, which is what we get most of our defaulted borrowers to do, because then they can buy that car, they can buy that house, they can do some of the things that their credit report didn't allow them to do many times. But under the current regulations, as a guarantee agency, because we're selling that loan to a lender, we really can't communicate. We are not allowed under the rules, current rules, to talk with the borrower. It's like, okay, you've finished what we're requiring, and now you're going off to this new servicer. So we kind of send them over there. And what did we say that when a borrower goes back into repayment or starts repayment, what repayment plan do they go into? 10-year standard. Well, if I'm making a $5 payment to rehabilitate my defaulted loan, do you think my standard 10-year payment's going to be $5? No. It's going to be one of those income-driven plans that we talked about this morning. Under these new rules, and I love this, we are training our collection folks because now we're calling it a warm transfer. We are now permitted to counsel the borrower to say, here's an application. This is a plan that probably will work better for you. Let's look at these plans and see what works best if standard isn't going to be the right one. Lenders, of course, are going to do their part at the other end, but we want to make sure the borrower is prepared because we're seeing more and more borrowers become delinquent as soon as they just got out of default. And that's obviously not the name of the game. We want them to stay in healthy repayment. So that's a great change, and I'm excited. Our collectors are in a learning curve right now, because think about it, our collectors at TG, they never talked about repayment plans. They don't really know about repayment plans because they know about the Fair Debt Collection Act, they know what they can say and what they can't say to a defaulted borrower, but they never talked about repayment plans. So it's kind of a cool change for a lot of our employees that have been there for a while. They're learning some new skills, and I'm very pleased to see them learn those skills. Okay, so let's talk about some guidance. We'll go through this. Verification. There were several on the sign-in sheet, the registration, that said that they wanted to hear about verification. And the good news is, well, first of all, these are resources. All of you that deal with verification know that every single year, the department always issues a Federal Register that tells you what items could potentially need to be verified if somebody was selected. They also then follow that up with the Dear Colleague letter with a little bit more detail about, so if I have to verify this, what documentation flexibility do I have in order to do it? And then they always have to tell you operationally how to make it all work. So these are, for 16-17, these are the resources. The good news is for 16-17, hopefully you know this by now, there's no changes to the number of items that need to potentially be verified. And think about that. And maybe you don't remember, but 2 or 3 years ago, when the department came up with those verification tracking groups, the regulations permit the department to potentially even add many more items that need to be verified. They have that flexibility. They haven't done that, and we're happy they haven't done that, but every year I kind of always look, okay, did they add any? No, this year they didn't. So that was a good change, but they did make a few changes to the acceptable documentation that you use for verification. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but one of them that I thought was really helpful is those of you that have to verify high school status, you know, that you verified it, you got documentation to prove that yes, they did, you know, they have a valid high school diploma. Under current rules, if they got selected again next year for that, you had to collect it all over again. Under the new rules, you can use previously verified and collected documentation year to year to year if you need to do that. And that's an improvement, I think. I'm kind of promoting TASFAA again. They did a great chart on what the acceptable documentation is today for 15-16 and what new documentation, flexibility. I think they're allowing a little bit, the department's allowing more flexibility for you to be able to verify some of these items. The other change is that the V3, child support paid, that is completely gone away, just like the V2 went away a couple years, maybe it was just last year. And remember, the whole purpose of the department coming up with these tracking groups is they wanted to check, everything is data driven. You'll see with Congress the same thing. You know, you can say, I really think this change would be great. My students really need this change. It would be so helpful. And the department is going to say, show me the data that proves what you're suggesting is going to make an improvement on your campus. They're very data driven. That's exactly what happened with this verification 3. They found that those of you that had to verify child support paid, you know, those applicants were not really, there weren't sufficient number of them changing their AFC. So based on the data, we're not going to make you have to do that again as a separate group. If that child support paid is included in one of the other verification groups, of course, you'll have to verify that. So that's I think, a good change. The other, whoops. I'm always surprised when she takes away my slides here. Okay. Leah? She's taking a break here. Okay. I don't have any notes here. Oh, there we go. Okay, finally. Okay, the other change, and the department has said that it won't impact very many applicants, and I will be curious next year to hear what you all have to say about this, whether the department is correct. Remember, under current rules, if you verify someone under a certain V group, no matter what changes you make, they never really change groups. They stay in the same tracking group. Starting for 16-17, a change you make can potentially, in one of the groups 1 and 6, can potentially move the borrower to a V5, that aggregate group. That means you may have to verify additional items if they're selected a second time. I guess the positive news with that is that the department has said, if they were in V1, you already verified everything and made that disbursement afterwards because you finished verification. Any disbursements that were made, and then they're selected because of a subsequent transaction, they're in V5. Anything you made based on that first verification, any disbursements are valid. You don't have to ask for the money back. The department is not going to hold you accountable for that. But of course, you can't make any future subsequent disbursements until you finish the second round of verification, if it's needed. And again, the department doesn't think it's going to impact very many students, so we'll be curious to see if it really does. Okay, and I just put a quick slide up here. We have a whole session on prior year, or what the department is calling early FAFSA. You're not going to hear prior very much. You're going to see everything as early FAFSA. The second bullet is the one I wanted to highlight. There's a lot of chatter out there. I'm not on the FINL listserv because Joellen's right, way too many emails for me. But I'm on some of the other listservs, and I hear some of the challenges. What are you going to do? Have you ever thought about this? And what are we going to do about that? And is the department going to give us a Pell schedule earlier? And all these kind of things. Any questions you come up with, any comments, any suggestions, the department has opened up a mailbox and is really asking. They're working with TASFAA. There's a great task force working on this too, but they really want to hear from individual campuses, what have you thought of? And don't think just because you've thought of it, somebody else has. Because we're finding, like I said, this is our 5th workshop. We're getting newer and newer suggestions every time somebody thinks about this topic. So I encourage you to submit your comments, questions, suggestions on how you think it should work in that mailbox. And then remember I said IFAP is, their department's coming up with that one-stop shop. They've now created a separate link for early FAFSA. Right now there's just a few announcements that we'll talk about later, but as time goes on, if you want to know anything about a particular topic, that's where it's going to show up. And I just wanted to put this up here because it was just last week. Speaking of early FAFSA, the 2017-18 draft FAFSA has already been out there. The department published it last week. It's out for comment. You have until the end of May to look at it. So I encourage you to take a look at it. For the first time this year, I participated in a high school FAFSA completion day at Round Rock High School, and to help parents complete the FAFSA. Well, after that, I saw what some of the questions that seemed real obvious to me, what were really stumbling blocks. Those are the things we need to submit, saying, yeah, it seems really clear, but my parents are always thinking this. So I'm going to submit some comments myself, because after having that limited experience, I can see where some questions aren't as straightforward as you think they are. So I encourage you to review that and submit comments. Okay, gainful employment, we're going to switch gears. According to the department, again, statistics, they're saying that most campuses have at least one gainful employment program, and many of you will have many more than that. So gainful employment has been around for a few years. Last year, of course, was the biggest challenge because schools are required to submit so much data back to 2008 on some of the completers of these particular programs. So what's the department going to do with all that data? Well, the new rules going forward are that the schools are going to have to meet a certain debt to earnings ratio for their graduates. The whole thought process, remember, for these programs are that these graduates from these programs are going to earn enough money in their chosen fields that they'll be able to pay back their student loans, or at least make a dent in their student loans. If that's not the case, then school, remember this isn't school-wide, it's program by program, may have some challenges ahead of them. First step is that we need to come up with the gainful employment completer lists that list every single graduate from every one of these programs so that the department can calculate an accurate rate, just like they do with CDR, only on a much smaller scale, program by program. They were supposed to be out in the winter time. Now they're going to be out in the spring. And I shared with a couple people during lunch that My sister and brother-in-law came to visit last week from Chicago, and there's still snow on the ground in Chicago, so I guess maybe Washington still is spring. It's not quite springtime yet in Washington, because to me, when it's 80 degrees out, we're in spring. But the department still has not issued these completer lists, so we're hoping by May, Washington time, that we will get these lists so that you can start working on them. And the main thing that the department has stressed is that if you're not ready for this, if you have not already set up, designated a mailbox to receive this information directly, you need to do that now, or share it with the default prevention folks or whoever on your campus is doing this. Because just like with cohort default rate, if you don't get the information directly, you only have 45 days to challenge this information, and you could lose some time if you don't get it directly, and you have to go get it yourself. Okay, the next thing I wanted to just give you dates of some of the gainful employment significant dates for going forward into 2016 and 17 that you can just take home with you. The other thing I wanted to hone in on is, again, remember we talked about that one-stop shop on IFAP. There's a new section, and I put this on here because I know we had some default management folks in the audience, and if you don't have anyone from your default management shop here today, please share this. This is based on comments from schools. Schools are saying we want to help our students, our former students, student borrowers, and we don't know where to send them because we've got to go all over the place to get their servicer, and then we have to go here to get their loan amount and all this kind of stuff. So the department listened, and they put it all together in one spot. And I checked it out. I think it really has a lot of great information. It's one of those resources that I suggest maybe in exit counseling or in some of the sessions that you may have for maybe some programs, maybe not all, because I know exit counseling a lot is online with many schools still, but this is a great resource. Everybody, I'm sure, knows the Pell went up $40. It's not a lot, but anything that goes up is a lot better than the opposite direction. So for 16, 17, maximum Pell went up $40. I also put this up here for our default management folks. And how many of you actually, on your front counters, maybe in financial aid, do you keep forms out there for your students at all? Like deferment forms or application? Do you keep any paper out there anymore? Or is everything more electronic? Mainly electronic? You don't keep forms? Okay. Well, I need you to share this with your default folks, the people that are working your cohort default rates, people that are your default management plan, as Joanne was saying, that they've now really instituted in Houston. Because the reason is because we've had deferment forms, they haven't changed since 1993. I mean, we've had the same forms for a very long time. We have some deferments out there like parental leave, working mother, where you had to take your first loan out prior to 1993. Well, we don't get people asking for those anymore because hopefully they've paid off their loans by now. And so what the department finally did is they got rid of some of these deferments, they grouped some together to try to make them easier to manage. Because just like we were saying with the income-driven plans, we wanted one application to accommodate everything. Deferments are different, and they're all separate forms. So we've eliminated about 4 of them and grouped a few together, and these are big changes. If they don't know about it on your campus, they need to, because starting in June is the new applications are the only ones that can be processed. Okay, Perkins loans. How many of you have Perkins on your campus? Okay, several. Well, in December, remember last December when Congress, we were very excited that they passed the Budget Act, so we didn't have to shut down government. Part of that budget bill was the extension. It was called Federal Perkins Loan Program Extension Act. And I think it's a little misleading because Perkins Loan Program as was is no longer. Those of you that have been in Perkins, the eligibility requirements are different. There's different eligibility requirements for undergraduates if they've gotten a Perkins loan before and they're getting a renewal Perkins or a second one. If it's the first time they get a Perkins loan, there's even different requirements for those cohort of students. And graduates are even different. So you really need to look at this. If you're not the Perkins person, several of you raised your hand, make sure they know this information, because they could be awarding incorrectly, because it's different. Even though it says extension, there are major changes. And at this point, Congress is not going to extend it beyond 2017. So we'll have to see what happens. And of course, there are new disclosures. That's one of the biggest things. In order to stay compliant, you got to make sure that you've got disclosures. And the disclosure primarily, there's a lot of detail, but mainly it's saying this program isn't going to be around maybe for your whole 4 years of school. You know, it's kind of giving an end date so students don't, so that they're aware and they're kept transparent. 3-year CDRs. We get CDRs every year. I don't know if any of you heard about this. I thought it was kind of interesting. When the department published the draft rates, and of course they only go to schools, they started getting lots and lots of phone calls. And they were trying to figure out what is going on. Well, the department sent all you your draft rates from 2012 instead of your new rates from 2013. So they had to take it all back and give you all the new information. And they did change the 45-day calendar, which is good. So you still have the maximum amount of time to challenge any of that information. But I think that's the first time I've ever heard them making that kind of a error. But they corrected it very, very quickly, thanks to all you. Okay, I'm going to end with just a few slides on the horizon. What I think is probably going to happen in the next year or two. The Department of Education has a few key directives from President Obama, and he's trying to get a lot done, even in the final few months or half a year of his presidency. One of his expansion of debt relief that we're going to talk about, the latest negotiated rulemaking that just ended. This has to do, of course, with the Corinthian school, the collapse of the Corinthian schools, and several schools that are under that umbrella were in Texas. So it did impact some of our students in Texas. Also, President Obama has given the initiative or the directive to the Department of Education to come up with an enterprise complaint system. I haven't heard that it's off track, so we're looking for that this summer. You know, you were told about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Joe Allen talked about they've got a complaint system. That's more consumers in general, like mortgages and private loans and credit cards and car loans and all sorts of things. This one is specific to federal aid. So it'll be interesting to see how it works. It is going to be administered by the Ombudsman's office, and I guess they've just felt that because complaints and challenges and questions from our recipients, Title IV recipients, can touch a whole lot of different departments within the department, that they thought the Ombudsman would be the best place to filter all of those comments. So if it's a question about a loan, they're going to filter it over to the specific loan servicer. If it's about, you know, a forgiveness program, they're going to filter it over that way, so that the borrower only has one place to go to, but it's going to be able to be responded to by multiple people. And so I think this is, again, the department's looking to make it easier for our Title IV recipients to get information quickly. And of course, we all seen the college scorecard. I know we have a great research group at TG, and they've sent in lots of suggestions on ways to improve that. So we should see a new reiteration of that, I think, by the end of the year. Okay, negotiated rulemaking, we talked about what that actually was. There was a session that just ended a couple weeks ago, and it had to do with that Corinthian. That was the collapse of the Corinthian schools. It had to do with borrower defense to repayment. That means that there's always been a regulation that says if a borrower has reason to believe that they were misled purposely, not an error, but purposely misled or told you need to, pressured into enrolling in a program or an institution, they always had the right to say, I wasn't told the right information. I was told we had a 100% graduation rate and I'm going to earn $100,000 at the end of this program, when they might have a 20% graduation rate and you earned $15,000 at the end of the program. I mean, those are extreme situations. And we want to make sure borrowers are held, that they have some relief if they're actually misled into signing up for something that they didn't really think they were signing up for. So that's what the theme of this negotiated rulemaking was. Remember I said consensus was the goal? They did not reach consensus. If you can imagine the different types of schools, we had a lot of attorney generals in this particular one that would not agree. They wanted the department to be tougher in some instances and looser in another. So one of the things that I want you to pay attention toward, that means the department can write the rules the way they want. And we're really kind of nervous about the way they're going to come out because they were very divided into how they were going to handle these. This summer, the draft rules will be out. There is school provisions in there. Right now, there's rules that say if you have financial issues on your campus, if you're not meeting certain financial thresholds, you have to offer a letter of credit, kind of like an escrow account on a mortgage, let's say, to make sure you have money there to pay your taxes. Well, the department is saying we need to make, increase the number of reasons that you need to offer, that you need to submit a letter of credit, so we have more money in reserve in case something like this happens. Think about Corinthian students. We're talking about millions and millions of dollars being forgiven and no money set aside at this point from that school to help recoup those costs. So it all comes out of the taxpayer dollar. The more money that comes out of the budget for us, to me, means it is the potential that we won't have the money where we really want it, in Pell and some other things. So this is a good change. We'll have to see how it turns out, but I strongly encourage you to tell your directors or higher up, your government relation folks, to really pay attention to these draft regulations when they come out in a couple months. And then finally, in February, every year the president is required to submit a budget to Congress. You know, Congress will take part of it, they'll say no way on other parts, and kind of may tweak some other parts of it. I pulled out just a few of the high-level provisions that I thought impact student aid that I think have a pretty good chance of making it through this particular Congress. And one of them is, of course, we've heard a lot on the campaign trail, providing tuition-free community college. You know, there's a lot of talk about, so what does that really mean? And is it going to be everyone? Is it going to be certain thresholds? You know, so there's still a lot of discussion, but something I believe in that will be passed somewhere along the way. Setting repay, what President Obama thinks, and I think you probably agree after this morning, there are too many income-driven plans. I mean, there's just too many. Let's just put them all together into one, kind of compromise and give some benefits, maybe take a few benefits away, but let's make it a little bit more feasible for everyone. Well, President Obama thinks repay, the latest plan, with a few modifications, which mainly is not to have so much forgiveness at the end, is what he's kind of proposing. Congress, what I'm hearing, is not really this is not their favorite plan, but you know, they're going to probably take some from each one of the plans to come up with something. The other thing is he's suggesting several things for the Pell Grant program that I think has a lot of traction in Congress. One of them is to increase the maximum. We're always trying to increase. I don't know if it'll get to 5,900 soon, but Congress is always looking for ways to increase Pell. Reinstate year-round eligibility. You know, you all had to work hard to implement it, and then they took it away, and now there's a lot of traction to put it back in because we're trying to have timely completion. That's the whole reason for year-round Pell. And the reason I think there's a lot of traction is there's actually a surplus in Pell right now, and there is for the next few years. When there's a surplus, Congress has a lot more appetite for passing those kind of things. So we'll have to see how that goes. And finally, you might have heard of this, and I think it's clever, actually, is to provide a bonus to students that take a full course load. Again, trying to get them an incentive to graduate on time, to take your full credit hours in a semester-based school, and then we're hoping at the end of completing 15 you get the bonus and not in the beginning where you have to deal with something, but we'll have to see how that works. But Congress is pretty open to that as well. And finally, Congress. What is Congress doing? And what have they been doing? Congress is actually reauthorization of the Higher Education Act, for those of you that are newer, is in the law that the Higher Education Act must be reviewed every 5 or 6 years. And if you think about it, think about your own campuses. Look at your policies and procedures. I bet there's been a lot of change in 5 years. Well, that's exactly what the whole goal of reauthorization is Congress actually looks at the entire act from front to back. They keep the parts that are good and they're still working. They get rid of the parts that are obsolete, like a lot of those manual processes, even parts of the FELP that we don't do originations, that doesn't need to be in the law anymore, those kind of things. And we need to tweak some of the things. We need to revise it. It's working pretty well, but if we change this, it'll work even better. So that's kind of what the goal of reauthorization is. There's been a lot of discussions. It's kind of fascinating. If you have any time, they're public hearings, the Senate and the House Help Committees. And I just keep it up in the corner of my computer. I'm working away, and if something sounds interesting, I'll sit there and kind of watch them. But it's kind of interesting to hear the debates going. They have a lot of panels. Justin Drager's been on several panels. They get financial aid folks in there to say, this is what's working, this is why Pell Grant, if we do year-round, we need to do it a little different, or we need to do this or that. And so it's a really great process. But this last bullet is the one I want to talk about. How many of you have been, I think when Joellen said, I want to know, how many of you have been in the industry more than 10 years? Okay, many of you. So you're like me. I've been at TG for 20 years now. When I started at TG in policy, I was told the higher education at reauthorization is when the changes happen. Right? And it was true in the beginning, every 5 or 6 years is when the major changes happen. You might have a few tweaks, you always have new Pell and that kind of stuff, but you didn't have changes every single year that you have to deal with today. And that's because Congress is not able to pass comprehensive legislation in the last several years. Instead, what they do is they pass individual bills. Just because we don't have reauthorization doesn't mean they don't make changes, right? We see those changes. So what happens, So what happens is they propose bills. Right now, these are only proposed. Some of them have gotten a lot further than others, but nothing's been passed. But I want to let you know what they're talking about. Remember Joellen talked about the postcard, FAFSA postcard? Well, they're talking about obviously streamlining the application. I think it's going to be between a postcard and the 12 pages it is today. I don't know if we'll ever get back to that postcard, but they are seriously considering that, Congress is. Simplifying the system, the one grant, one loan, the workforce, or the work group that Joellen is on, which I was really excited about when she mentioned that at our first work group. That is very, I think it's going to pass. I really do. I mean, it sounded crazy to me, but what Congress is saying is things are too complicated. We only have so much money. We only have so much resources, so many resources to be able to get things done. So let's just have one loan, whether it's an unsub type loan or something like that. We're not going to have all the other kinds. We're not going to have Perkins, and we're not going to have sub and unsub and all this. We're going to have one type of loan and one type of grant, probably a Pell-like grant instead of all those other programs. That's what the talk is. Whether they can get down to it, I don't know, but there's serious talk about why that's favorable. And just think about all the money that are in those other programs. If it all gets lumped into one, then we can have a much higher Pell grant, if it happens. Don't go back and say I said it's happening. Just go back and say it's potential to happen. Also, expanding Pell, like I said, Congress is still very much for that, and they're also very much in favor of incentives, whether it's $300 or whatever, some sort of incentive to get Pell-eligible students through college. Through college, number one, through college on time, number two. Refinancing student loans, anybody that's read the paper, or Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts, that's been her, and she actually was the first Consumer Financial Protection Bureau person, so she's got a lot of clout in Washington, hasn't been able to pass it yet. But it's interesting, because when I talk about this at TG, our newer employers are like, well, what's the big deal? Our interest rates, student loan rates have been so low. They've been 2, 3, 4, they're really low. And I said, well, look at the portfolio. We've got student loans on the books that are not only 6.8 for unsub, grad loans, 8, 10, and 12% loans, interest rate, think about that accrued interest. And if they're in the IDR plan with that interest growing and growing, it's pretty substantial. I'm not TG talking, Laura talking, I am for refinancing student loans if we can do it. The drawback has really been, or the challenge, I think most Congress think that it's helpful, but I think it's coming up with what should the refinancing be? What should the amount be? What should the interest rate be? What should we use as the criteria? And then college affordability is always a big thing. Institutional accountability is the one that I wanted to kind of touch on. I made it kind of gentle. It's called, this is what I mean by risk sharing. Skin in the game. You probably have heard a lot of things about Congress is talking about should schools pay for part of the defaulted loans that are on their campus, you know? And some in Congress think yes, others think no. Cohort default rate is enough of a skin in the game for schools. But again, we're always looking for money to try to fund other programs. So that's something you need to really keep your eye out for, because there's a lot of risk sharing, especially with this Corinthian collapse that you hear about, that Congress is really seriously considering it. And then I also want to promote the legislative tracker that Joellen talked about this morning from TASFAA. I am also one that likes to know what's going ahead. Obviously in policy, you directors always want to know. With changes happening all the time, you need to be prepared. It's hard to move that big ship on your campus many times, and you need to be as prepared as possible to at least know potentially, you don't have to change your policies, but to know potentially we may have year-round Pell again. Why don't we have a staff meeting and kind of brainstorm on it? Because there's so many new people, maybe they never heard of that before. Just get ideas going so that you're not blindsided at the end. So, how do you prepare for reauthorization, which is where a lot of our major changes take place? To me, again, be more knowledgeable, and that's where that legislative tracker comes in. Plan ahead. Use outside resources. If you're a small campus or even a large campus that might be siloed, you need to share your ideas. Just because it doesn't impact your job responsibility doesn't mean it doesn't impact your institution. So make sure you use outside resources and share changes with others so that they're all aware. If they aren't able to come to some workshops where you heard something that, oh my goodness, this would really impact our folks on campus, you need to make sure you share that with everybody. And participate in the regulatory process. I'm a firm believer in that. When you see proposed regulations, when you see proposals from Congress coming up that could, oh my gosh, that'll never happen, you need to be proactive, in my mind, and at least read about it so that you're in the know. I remember one of our trainers yesterday, or whenever we did last week's up in Dallas, she said that on her campus, she's financial aid director in Laredo, and she said, she can't keep up with everything. She does her very, very best. But she loves it when a staff member comes up. Christina goes, have you read about this year-round Pell? Or have you read about this? And she goes, no, I haven't. But she's first on my list if I'm going to think about a promotion or a task force or something that I need somebody that's proactive to work on. So you need to work together. Just because it's not your job doesn't mean that it doesn't impact your department. And with that, I'm leaving you some resources. And before I close, are there any questions? And I touched on all sorts of different resources. Yes, ma'am.
What do you think some possible repercussions would be for grant one loan, state aid and grants, things like that?
Okay, her question was, what do I think the impact may be to state aid or institutional aid if we have one grant and one loan? You know, I don't really know. I mean, I'm not sure it's going to have too much, and this is just me. I think our state aid will be what it is, and I think our institutional aid is pretty much going to be what it is too, because I don't think it's going to reduce the amount of aid available to your students. Is just going to reduce the number of places that the aid is coming from. Does that make sense? So instead of having a loan limit of $5,500, you might have a loan limit of $8,000. Do you know what I'm saying? Or instead of a Pell Grant of $5,800 or $5,600, maybe it's going to be $6,200. So I don't think it's going to really impact your own institutional money or state, but I don't know that for a fact. But at least I'm looking at it that the amount of aid, dollar amount, is not going to reduce substantially. It's just the sources that you get that aid. So your package is going to look a whole lot easier than it does today when you've got 6 and 7 sources of the income. Does that make sense? Okay, any other questions? Thank you for that. Okay, yes, ma'am.
What should be punishing some of the students that aren't eligible for Pell if you go with the only loan they can get is unsubsidized?
Well, her question was, won't you be punishing some students if they're only eligible, or if they're Pell eligible?
No,
and
they're not Pell eligible.
They're not Pell, okay, so they wouldn't have any subsidized loan, let's say. And this is just my thoughts, okay? So I should probably turn off the remote so I don't get in trouble. It's not going to be, subsidy is always great. Don't get me wrong. If they do away with subsidy, meaning Congress, and there's strong support for that to come up with money. There's always like, we need money. Do we put the money up front for access, or do we help borrowers in repayment so that they can successfully go on with their careers? They know the pros and cons of that. I believe that Pell Grants will rise enough to kind of make up for some of the subsidy that could potentially go away. And again, I'm not saying it will, but that's sort of the talk that's going on. And yes, will some folks have to pay more interest? Potentially, yes. I agree with that. I don't know if it's a penalty per se, but it's just the way we have to have enough money to be able to pay for all of our other services and forgiveness programs and everything else they have. But see, that kind of thought process is what getting into the legislative planning ahead and talking on your campuses about how it could potentially impact is important. And if someone on your campus is not watching some of these hearings, I strongly encourage you, if you're not able to do it, like I said, I just keep it up on the corner. I don't take 2 hours out of my day to watch these things, but they're really fascinating. And you really get some good arguments and debates about some of these topics. It's really interesting. Anything else? Okay, thank you so much for your attention. We're going to take a 10-minute stretch break.
on our campuses, some ideas and some things that we might be worried about. All right, so that's what we're going to talk about. So first thing I'm going to do is talk about the government's communications to us about this new early FAFSA process. So they have started releasing some electronic announcements. The first one went out on September 14th, 2015, which was basically President Obama's announcement, telling us about this, the fact that it's been changed, it's been approved, they're excited about it, and now the FAFSA, which has been available the beginning of January as far back as I can remember, actually was in the days it used to cost students money to file an FAF. So this is a very big change for us who have been doing this for a very long time, and even those of us who have only been doing it for a couple years, because now the form's going to be available so much earlier for students to file. I'm at a community college where we have a revolving door, and we're still in the heat of financial aid processing in October. But now we're going to have to start thinking about the next year that doesn't start for another 11 months. So in October 1st of 2016, which, believe it or not, is only a few months away, students will be able to file their 2017-2018 FAFSA. This year, they're doing their 16-17, which some students haven't even thought about yet, especially those at a community college where they don't think about it until 2 days before classes start in the fall, fortunately. They are going to file their 16-17 using 2015 taxes. Well, guess what? They're going to use the same tax year for their 2017-2018. The government is excited about this change. They want to make the process easier for parents and students. They're trying to simplify the process, make information available earlier, but they do recognize in their September 14th announcement that there are going to be some challenges. They do recognize that we may be seeing an increase in PJs. They recognize that, especially for high-cost, large universities. But they want your input. They told us in that announcement that they want to know from us, practitioners, what we think. So they've given us some venues to do that, which Laura has spoken about. Then they sent the second announcement out on February 18th. The second announcement basically is asking us to promote the use of the data retrieval tool. They're saying most people will have their taxes done for 2015 by October 1st, so promote the use of data retrieval tool. They want to encourage schools. This is where it becomes a little difficult for my sector, community colleges. Encourage schools to make award notifications earlier, giving students more time to compare from school to school, and more time to prepare for out-of-pocket expenses. So that came in the February 18th announcement. But then they also recognize that we're going to be dealing with conflicting information, and that we are going to have to resolve conflicting information. And if we encourage students to use a data retrieval tool for 16-17 and 17-18, they'll be less likely that we'll have to deal with conflicting information. I mentioned earlier that I attended the leadership conference in DC. Justin Drager was there, did a lot of speaking, and he brought us the good news, if you haven't sensed the sarcasm in my voice. The good news that we will be required, should we find out that they filed information incorrectly on 16-17, when we're going through 17-18, that we will have to go back and correct it. Okay, did you hear me right? Okay, that we will have to go back and resolve the conflict because we're dealing with taxpayers' money. And so you need to think about that. How might you respond to that? How might you deal with that? How might you plan for that? All right, we've come up with a solution at my school, but you yourself have to think about what that means at your school. Okay, what is that going to look like? And how much of that? Now, it's only for Pell eligible students, Okay, so that's kind of better news, right? You're only going to have to deal with that should it be a Pell-eligible student. But if you have a Pell-eligible student who you get the correct information in 18-17 and it was wrong for 16-17, you're going to have to resolve that. Question? That is information that was received kind of right from the source, and it was announced publicly to a very large group of people, and a lot of basically upsetting the beehive, I should say, in the room. I'm sure that will come with these series of announcements. It is indicated in February 18th, 2016 announcements that we are going to have to drastically reduce conflicts. We're going to have to deal with those conflicts, for sure. Also in that February 18th announcement, they talked about that they're working with software providers. So I know in my school, I can't do anything until Oracle releases the new allows me to turn on the new year for PeopleSoft. Banner is the same thing. I know I've talked to colleagues that are at Banner schools where they have spoken to Lucian, and they said they are planning on having their new year release out before October 1st. But the Department of Education is working with software vendors to help them get ready for this change so that we will have our systems in place before the October 1st release of the FAFSA. They also, in this February 18th announcement, said they created a mailbox for us to communicate. However, they may not be able to answer them all, but they will review it carefully, it says in the announcement. The department also states in that announcement that they will look forward to working with colleges, third-party software vendors, state grant agencies, high schools, and many other higher education agencies to get through this process. And then on March 11th, the third announcement came out, basically telling us we're going to have easy access to information. So they created a special page on IFAP with all the information about the early FAFSA. That's pretty much what that announcement was. And then an announcement came out on March 18th, 2016, the fourth announcement, that gave us a chart of the 17-18 FAFSA income questions that will be reflecting the 2015 year. However, it also states that other questions will not change. So when you're reporting your household size, you're reporting it as of now, but you're reporting tax year from year or even 2 years ago, depending on when the student files their FAFSA. So they give a chart of what will not change in that March 18th announcement. Basically, family size, assets, means tested benefits, those will not change. Just your income, taxable and untaxable income, will be based on 2015 for the 17-18 year. All right. Then, I don't know if any of you saw a recent letter that was put out by Undersecretary Ted Mitchell, sent a letter to schools basically thanking us for all our hard work and how important we are and the good work we do. I know I read this letter in my Friday training last week because it had some great information, patting us on the back, you're doing a good job. But then it went on also to say how important this initiative is to the president and to the Department of Education for this early FAFSA, and that they really hope that schools will take advantage of it and start processing earlier and not wait until too long after October 1st to try to get your awards on this street. So this is the message we're getting. It's important to our government. It's important to our president. They really want to see it work. They want to help us any way they can. They're trying to get us as much information as they can. But like anything else in financial aid, there's a whole lot of gray, and it leaves most of that up to us, what we're going to do. Many of us have deadlines. I'm at a community college. We don't know what it means to have a deadline. We have a revolving door. They just come and go always. But I was also at two private universities in which deadlines were extremely important for students applying for aid. So are you going to move your deadlines up? That's one of the questions, okay? Are you going to move it up? Maybe not this year, you're going to leave it the same this year and move it up the following year? Again, kind of wait and see what everybody else is going to do. You know, what other schools are looking at. What about your admissions deadline, your housing deadlines? Those, that May 1st, is that going to change for schools? When are you going to start loading your information? Is your system going to be ready? So those are some questions to consider. You know, communication. Communication is key. Have you started communicating to other departments about this early FAFSA? I know a school that is making an effort to purposely not communicate with them yet because they don't want to confuse them. They're still trying to think about fall of 2016. They're not ready to start thinking about fall of 2017. So they're purposely waiting until they get past this May 1st deadline before they start talking about this early FAFSA. And that's a school here in Texas. Another thing that we need to consider is our high schools, because they're already talking about this. I know that I attended a Hispanic forum in Houston where they bring a lot of sophomores, juniors, and seniors over to start teaching them about this stuff, and it's a big college fair, and they can go see all the different colleges. And we had parents actually coming up to us talking about the Obama FAFSA. That's what he called it. Okay? And he was talking about the early FAFSA. All right, so they're already talking about that. So are we going to be ready for that? Are we going to be ready? Are you going to move up when you help students do the FAFSA? Because I know we spend a lot of time January, February, and March doing that. Are we going to change that to September, October, November? Are we going to, what about our high school workshops that we do? Are we going to move those up? All right, so have you started talking to your high schools? Have you started communicating with them? Have you started communicating with your students? What about your forms? How many of you already did your 17, 18 forms? Nobody? I haven't either. But you know what? We're going to have to do them sooner in the peak of summer processing. We're going to have to start getting our forms ready because it's no good loading information if we don't have forms ready for students. So that's another consideration. And we're not going to have all the information we need. Are the Pell charts going to be ready? State, you know, state allocations, most likely not going to be ready. So how are we going to handle that? What about your cost of attendance budgets? You know, most of them don't get passed until early spring, late winter, early spring. So how are you going to handle that? So these are the things you need to consider. So what you're going to do is you're going to get together as groups and you're going to talk about what you think is going to be most challenging at your school. What are the things that we haven't even considered? We had one, we've done 5 of these already. We had one at our workshop in Lubbock that I didn't even think of, that no one else even thought of. That a school said, oh, by the way, we're going to have problems with this. Ah, you're right. You know, so what are the things that you think are going to be most challenging? So you're all been given at your tables one of these cards. And we're going to ask you as a group, get together as a group, and come up with 2 things that you think are most challenging. And then we're going to share those amongst each other and kind of help us all help each other get through this. It's really only going to be a 1-year struggle. Once we get past the first year, we'll get used to it. It's just getting through the first year. We're going to need one another. Okay? So we're going to leave you all now to work on this, talk amongst yourselves. And then we're going to resume in, how much? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. We're going to resume in 10 minutes, okay? So go to work. Good luck.
a long day, but informative information. Would you not agree? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm just going to pick a table, and will you share with us 2 of your challenges or 1 of your challenges, okay? And Joe Ellen and Leah is going to walk around. Oh, it's out? Okay, no worries, okay. All righty, I'm going to go ahead and pick this table right in here, Miss Joe Ellen. How about these folks right here?
Okay.
All right. Please let us know who you are, sir.
Sure. My name is Russ Jeffrey. I'm at Concordia University, Austin. And our 2 challenges, one is the number of revisions, and those will lead to staffing challenges on making multiple revisions to awards throughout the year, professional judgments, special circumstances, housing costs, and then our endowment awards, since they won't be available in early fall. And then our second issue was communications with students and parents, sending out inaccurate award amounts since federal, state, and endowment allocations are unknown. Multiple award letters make us, in financial aid, look incompetent. Confusion, which award is correct, which award letter is correct. Was it your first one? Was it the last one I got? Which leads to our last bullet point, which is it'll appear to be a bait and switch tactic on our part.
All good points. Anybody else would agree with that? I'm sure you would. Okay, who else has something slightly different? David and Ron over here.
The awareness and the communication piece. I'm Ron Brown with Mary Harbin Baylor. David and I are at UMHB, a private school, about 4,000, and the ladies sitting with us are from Texas A&M, and so they've got 50 to 60,000 students, and then they've got 60 people in their office. We have 5. And on awareness and communication, David and I were talking more like the prospective parents and students and our returning students being aware of the timeline change. But they said even within their office, they said we've got to bring it to 60 different people so that the VA people see the impact it's going to have for them, the verification people, what it's going to have for them, the people doing packaging. Just inter-office communication is going to be difficult and something that they're going to have to work out. The other thing was just what we were talking about, the dual, you may be changing somebody's aid this November for their freshman year because they were selected verification for their sophomore year for 17-18, and which took us all in the direction of, so maybe 100% verification's best this year, because if it's right, then it'll be right the following year and we won't have that. But then it was, well, like, who's going to do that? We're packaging for summer school and fall spring right now. How do we bring on, instead of verifying, 3/4 of them or half of them, 100% of them? So.
Thank you very much. Can I hear from a community college? Do we have a group right here? Right. We've got a spokesperson. Please introduce yourself.
Shay from Temple College. And we're concerned about having confused students. Right now, we're packaging for both summer and fall, and they don't know what they're applying for, so we're walking them through that. And then also, another big concern is coordinating our campus offices to help with this. Our board just got the figures for 16-17 available, so we're not sure how they're going to feel about getting 17-18 ready and on. So those are our big concerns.
Although the ladies helped out from Texas A&M up here, can I hear from another 4-year public school?
Yes, my name is Joseph Ruiz. I'm with the Texas A&M University at Corpus Christi. And one of the discussions our group was having is concerns with, will special circumstances cause conflicting information? So if we get an update with, have to make a special circumstance for 17-18, will we have to go back and then update 16-17 because of that information? We're not sure if that's going to cause an issue. And much like everybody else, software updates, will they be ready? I know there's communication about it, but sometimes that communication takes forever, and unfortunately time is not something we have. And then state allocations, definitely for public institutions, maybe for flagship schools, it might be a little easier, maybe, not too much easier, but a little bit. But at your smaller regional institutions, will they be able to, maybe go off of prior year funding? But even that's a risk, definitely, with the current times.
Does anybody else have slightly something different to go ahead and share with us? Okay. Go ahead, Jellen.
Hi, Amy Downey from UT Austin. And we were talking about the priority deadline of how it would change. And also for incoming students, the FAFSA doesn't load until the admissions decisions are made. So admissions decisions would have to be made in time for those FAFSAs to download.
Does anybody else have something slightly different from everything that's been shared? Okay, in the back room is Isabel from Texas A&M International. Hold on a minute, Isabel, let us get a mic to you.
Yes, hi. We're talking more about the competition between the institutions and trying to keep the students, they're going to receive, who's going to do award letters at what time. One institution does it early, the other one stays at their original priority deadline. So what happens there in getting a student interested in going to your institution? And also, at what point in time do we actually recruit those students? We normally visit them, like it was mentioned, January, February, March. At this point, we need to get them ready in October to offer them something. We can't do that in the summer. So do we start the previous year, April, May, and continue and start again in September?
Very good points there. Christine, anything else different?
Christina at Trinity University. I think one of the things for us was just something that you all have voiced as far as expectation of students and families receiving awards, and definitely the funnel from admissions, because we don't look at a file until a student has been accepted and notified, and kind of what we need to do internally in our system with software providers, all of that, having accurate information. In order to get an accurate award, I appreciate your comment that multiple iterations does make us look a little bit incompetent. So we want to build confidence in our student families.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else have something slightly different? Do you want to share? Or do you want to voice? Another concern? Anybody over here? Tomas? No? Are you sure? Okay. Don't be bashful, we're not a bashful group here, huh? Anybody else want to share some other concerns? No? Okay. Oh, we do have one more. Okay, great.
We're just curious, what was the question at Lubbock? And I'm Glenna from Baylor University.
I thought of something that no one else.
They wanted to know the aha moment that happened up in Lubbock, what the school thought of. That school actually thought about the impact of their running their SAP processes, because a lot of times they wait to do packaging when they can run SAP so that it's clear enough and they're not putting awards out for students who may not be eligible. So yeah, that's something I had not heard and not even thought of, and that greatly impacts schools like us at the community college level. I'm not sure if you do an annual SAP or a semester-based SAP, but that was one, yeah, that was a good one. Thanks for asking.
Okay, we have one more. They want to share? Please, by all means. By all means.
So we come from a big school where our office have 60 plus employees, but we're worried about whenever we do have to implement this, will we have enough employees in order to implement, or if we'll have the budget to hire more employees to cover the staff that we don't have, so.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Anybody else want to share something else? Something slightly different? All right. Okay, folks, well, we're going to go ahead and wrap up this session here. And before we move on to the next presentation, let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break, give you a little bit of a stretch. And may I go ahead and collect these orange cards from you all?
very clunky presentation. I'm not used to. Hello? All righty. So we are going to finish up. For those participants that are logging in for the simulcast, we are going to end it right here because the rest of today is just going to be on paper. So we thank you everyone for joining us from the web. And we apologize again for some of the technical difficulties, and we appreciate your participation. And the presentation will be uploaded for anyone at your schools that wants to potentially look at a session. That should be updated on the coordinating board's website and as well as, I think, TG's website. So that will take some time to compile, but it will eventually be available for your staff or anyone else who wants to log in and see that. So thank you for participating online. And then here at the coordinating board, we're going to finish up this last session. I'm going to turn it back over to Michelle, and she's going to walk you through this activity.
All righty, folks. Okay. So those